stream, we're gonna learn all about them. So Michael, we've been doing launch for 13, 14, 15 years now.
14 years.
14
yeah.
years. Is there something about launch that like? Do you have a favorite part or a favorite moment or anything like that?
Yeah, the best part is our students, sometimes they spend 9 months working on a game and they're knee deep in the build and they're working right up until the end of the semester, this right now, like this week, sometimes last night, to finish their games. And it'll be the first time that they see people come up and play their games, and like the fun that the people have, like it sometimes takes our students by surprise, and it's awesome to see, because our games are fun, but the students who are making it are so anxious about how it's going to go, and then to see people actually love their games, that's like, oh my gosh, that's the greatest thing to see our students see.
Yeah, there's nothing like the high of making something and then seeing other people enjoy that thing. And so we're excited to share that with you all today. We have a great lineup today. We have 8 capstone games, so those are undergraduate games that they've been working on for a year. We have 2 graduate games, same year-long process, but at the graduate level. We also have 5 alternative controller games, which we'll talk about those in a little bit, and then 1 capstone 1 class. Excuse me, sorry about that, one capstone 1 class that is halfway through production. So, Michael, do you have any words to toss us out? Otherwise, we'll go to a quick break, and then we'll come back with our first graduate game.
Yeah, I'm eager to watch the stream. So let's get it going and see what's going to be on.
All right, let's do it. We'll see you all in a second. In the meantime, we are going to watch a reel from some of our traditional game development. This is an undergraduate class that students take usually about their junior year, where it's one of the first times that they've actually worked on a team together to create a game. So let's take a look at a reel of what some of the students have been making in that class. Welcome back to Utah Games Launch, everybody, the end of the year showcase brought to you by the Division of Games at the University of Utah. Right out of the gate, we have one of our graduate games. So for those of you who don't know, we have an undergraduate and a graduate program here at the U. And at the graduate level and at the undergraduate level, that final project that they work on is a year-long project that they eventually have to publish to put forth to the public. So the very first team that we're meeting with is a game called Echo Rift that is made by some of our grad students. Let's take a look at the trailer. So that was Echo Rift, and we have some of the team joining us here today. We have some of the folks over here at the table. Why don't you introduce yourselves?
Maybe we can start like left to right. Yeah. So I'm Steven Pazinski. I was lead producer for Echo Rift.
I'm Britton. I was one of the artists for the project.
I'm Jake. I was one of the engineers.
And I'm Adam True. I was one of the level designers.
And I also have with me at the table.
My name is Chai. I was an engineer for the project.
And Chai will be doing some live gameplay, playing of the game while we're talking. So, first question right out of the gate. Is there a discussion that happens at the grad level? I think every team tries to make a game that Adam will not be good at, and I am notoriously terrible at rhythm games. So was that part of the discussion that you guys were going for?
Yeah, our target audience was specifically that, Adam who played the game.
Yes, I love that. Who was your target audience, or who is your target audience?
Yeah, so realistically, our target audience was big for rhythm game players, people who like Necrodancer and Everhood. We were really inspired by those games, and we really liked how they used rhythm with combat, so we wanted to make something within a similar vein.
Okay, so you talk about rhythm and combat. What is... I can assume what the gameplay loop is by looking at it, but why don't you describe it to us from someone who's been knee-deep in it for the past 9 months? What is the main loop of the game?
Yeah, so in this game, it's essentially a rhythmic boss rush in which you go level to level, dancing on this 9x6 grid to the beat. You're fighting enemies and essentially restoring rock to the land.
Restoring rock to the land. There is no more noble cause than restoring rock to the land.
Right.
So I mentioned jokingly that I'm notoriously bad at rhythm games. I've worked on rhythm games before, and they can be difficult because not only are you creating an entire game that has systems and mechanics that flow, but then you also have to marry them with how they're going to blend with the music, and you have to make music and things like that. Did you guys have any... So this game, all of our games start out as student pitches, and then they turn into prototypes, and then they turn into full games. Were there any unforeseen consequences that you guys had thinking like, oh, we'll just make a rhythm boss rush game, not knowing what was going to happen, what was going to lay before you guys?
Yes, there were a lot of unforeseen consequences. We found out it's not as trivial as it sounds to be able to sync things up to a beat. There's a lot of different ways you can do that, and a lot of things that can go wrong while you do that. So that was a huge challenge for us, getting that to be able to, getting all the systems built out so that we could make that happen.
Yeah, from a visual standpoint too, trying to balance all the indicators that are needed for every single beat was pretty tricky.
Yeah, because as we're looking at the screen here, there's the kind of red on the ground, there's the bouncing speakers, there's the actual length of the animation of jumping back and forth. So with that being the case, do you determine your music first that has a certain amount of beats per minute, and then you base it off of that, or where did the music come from? Where did it come to play? Were the systems created first and then adjusted to meet the tempo of the songs? How did that all work out?
That's a really interesting question. It's super cool, actually. There's the sound designer at Hogwarts Legacy defended the Avalanche named Peter Murray, and we went with him, and he's teaching a class, and we actually contracted 3 of his musician composer students. So they've been working with us over these last few months to basically compose the music. And as you said, yeah, we did have to coordinate kind of BPM and figure out like how fast the songs were, and also how the songs kind of progressed with the narrative as well. Over the course of the game, you'll hear different types of music. Yeah, it was a really cool opportunity to work with them, and they've done a great job. The songs are super catchy.
Yeah, shout out Will, Kevin, and Timmy. You can catch them in our game's credits. They've been really doing great work, so please check them out.
So are all of you music fans?
A lot of us are. That was another challenge, actually. There was a decent chunk of the team that was not as experienced with music, so we had to. Some of us had to learn a lot, and some of us had to teach as much as we could to others.
That's awesome. So let's talk about, we've talked about music, we've talked about design blending with that. Let's talk about the art for a second. It is a very cool, I don't want to say cartoon shaders, but it's a very cool art style. How did you guys land on this versus, I don't know, something more like Cryptic Necrodancer or something like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. It was kind of inspired by our narrative designer, actually. We decided that we wanted to play with 2 opposing aesthetics in our art style. So we have these sort of technological components that are more futuristic looking, but then we also have an older world. So it was kind of balancing the 2.
Blending the techno rock aesthetic with a medieval setting. I can totally dig
Going
that.
bardcore.
Bardcore. Yes, that is such a good way of describing it. So you talk about narrative designer. You mentioned a little bit restoring rock to the world. Can you talk about the story a little bit more? Obviously, I'm super biased towards stories. That's all I ever want to hear about. Why are we dancing around a grid? Why are we trying to restore rock? Is it just because rock is awesome? Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. In our narrative, we decided that rock is a technology, right? Rock is a power source, and so the nobles of this world are keeping that power source from the people. So our character, the player, you play as a rebel who's trying to liberate rock for the rest of the world.
Yeah, and as you're fighting these enemies and kind of like you said, dancing, that was something important that we wanted to focus on. So as we went through the level design process, by keeping it just on this simple grid, we were able to create lots of different patterns and attack patterns that the enemies had, and that allowed us to playtest quickly and iterate more and more so that we could polish our game.
Did you try, with such a heavy emphasis on rock and rock being a technology, did you try and get Jack Black to be a guest voice for the game?
Oh, we reached out, but he was too busy with something else.
You're still waiting to hear back from him.
Yeah.
He's on Minecraft Press.
Some small project called like Minecraft or something like that.
So how can people play Echo Rift?
Oh, yeah. So we actually are launching on early access within 3 days. Right now, you can wishlist our game on Steam. But yeah, in 3 days' time, you should be able to have access. And we're doing early access because we just want to gather as much feedback as possible before our formal launch.
So 3 days from now, hop on Steam, look up Echo Rift. You'll be able to find it. You talk about early access. What about when full access happens? Will it just stay on Steam? Will there be any other platforms that you guys all hope to move to?
Yeah, so it's really cool. We actually got the opportunity to also launch on Nintendo Switch. So you'll be able to access our game through the Utah Games Presents launcher. I think it's called that in the Nintendo shop. And we may also put the game on itch as well, but the main spots that you can find it are going to be Steam and Nintendo.
That is so awesome. Yes, so for those of you who are watching at home, this is the second year that our graduate students have had the opportunity through our great friends at Nintendo to actually be able to publish games into the Switch. So keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open there for Echo Rift and for other games that come. Thank you all for joining us. Remember, check out Echo Rift on Steam in 3 days for early access. Otherwise, thanks for joining us, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
All right, we are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with one of our undergraduate games. In the meantime, we're going to watch a reel. Last time I described traditional game development, but what was shown was alternative game development. Alternative game development is a class where where undergraduates study how to make a game that is not for entertainment purposes. So educational games, advertisement games, things like that. So that is the backfill of what we just watched. And now let's take a look at some of our traditional games that were created by our undergraduate class. back to Utah Games Launch, and a special welcome to everyone who is watching us, whether you're friends or your family, or you are friends from the game industry or from anywhere else. Thanks for joining us today. We have here our first undergraduate game. As I mentioned before, at the graduate and at the undergraduate level, that final project that they work on is a year-long project, and so at the undergraduate level, they all participate in a giant capstone class, and we have a number of our capstone games here today. So let's take a look at our first game, which is called Lingua Franca. Alright, so that was the trailer for Lingua Franca, and we actually have some of the team here with us today. So let's have them introduce themselves. Everybody, let's start on the left side, go left to right. Tell us who you are and what you did on Lingua Franca.
Hi, I'm Ezra Tsao. I'm an engineer and I did lead narrative on the team.
I'm Jessica Yoon. I was the lead engineer on this project.
I'm Jaden Leach. I was lead designer.
Fantastic.
And sorry, just real fast, we have our little emotions board here. It doesn't really like being talked about, so let's just ignore it for now. But yeah, we're really excited to talk about our game with you.
Welcome to the developers and welcome to the board here. So we have, unlike last time where we had live gameplay, we actually have gameplay footage that's playing right now. So we'll be able to talk about it. So my first question right out of the gate is, what? What is, that obviously, judging from the trailer, it seems to be very, very different from a lot of the games that we maybe see in a program like ours. Could you describe Lingua Franca? Talk about how it works. What's the gameplay loop? What's the objective? Tell us all about it.
Yeah, we would love to. Overall, our game is about just solving problems by talking to people and by taking photos. I think a lot of capstone games are very like high-octane action. They really punch you like right out of the gate, and they really try to keep that momentum up, and that's like super awesome. These capstone games are wonderful. So like no thanks to like the numerous charges, our game definitely is on the lower end of intensity. We kind of try to pull back a bit and kind of give like a chill vibe. It's very take it at your own pace. And because of that, we really wanted to let players tackle things at their own, like just like any order they wanted to. That way they would allow information to just kind of simmer in their head. Reading is a really important part of our game, so we'd actually like to do a quick reading demo.
So, hey, Asa, what's up? You need help?
Nope, just wanted to chat, though maybe you could give me some pointers.
So how's the, what is it, alien trap? How's that going?
It's going fine. I just need to collect a few things and...
And how do you plan on doing that? You don't have any cash on you, do you?
Well, I was thinking about that. It's not like I need that much more. I'll just get people to help me.
Alright, suppose this alien is hanging around. I'm not sure people are just going to give you their stuff.
I guess that's where I need the pointers.
Right. You're not an adult, so things will be harder. Or not harder or easier, just different. Let me think. I'd say that as a kid, just be earnest. No matter your age, you've still got charm, right? You'll find that a lot of adults will spill their hearts to you. Hear them out too. If you do someone a favor, they'll feel obligated to pay it back, especially for some kid.
Alright, so I have written, find someone I want something from, listen to their problems, and fix those problems.
Perfect plan, huh? Those suckers have to cave in for you.
They're suckers because you're trying to help them. I think I want to commend your team on doing that. There are, like you mentioned, there's a lot of high-octane games, and there is High Octane games are awesome, but I think it's nice to be able to step back a little bit and say, like, well, what if it was just a game about being nice to people and just helping each other out? I think that's a very solid goal. I am a little bit curious, though. It mentioned something about an alien. How does that come into play with everything?
Yeah, definitely. So the alien's actually a shockingly small part of our game. It's just kind of our main goal is our Asa, she wants to like capture this alien. She sees at the very beginning of the game, and she has like this grand plan, and she just needs a few components to get her trap together. So she wants to talk to these people and help them out. And yeah, she generally uses like talking to them and photography to get through that.
So you can put that on the box art. You can say the alien is actually a shockingly small part of our game.
You could say that, but I think they leave like a pretty small impact for their amount of screen time.
So obviously, like with the text and the example that you two just had when you were reading to each other, this is obviously a very, very narrative-heavy game. Could you mention, or could you talk about how did the narrative come to be? Did it always start out as a game where you were helping people to trap an alien? How did the whole narrative of this come about?
Yeah, so I guess we kind of just like didn't have a whole lot at the beginning. We had girl wants to trap alien, so it was kind of like we realized that having like this big overarching story just wasn't very fitting for a capstone game. It's hard to get people to play through from start to end, so instead we focused on just having that as our framing device, and then you help solve people's problems, and these are more like short, enjoyable vignettes to really kind of push that type of thing. And really contribute to the vibe of our game.
Well, and that seems to play into what you were talking about letting people go at their own pace, letting people take things in the order that they want to. Just little vignettes of, oh, you know what, I need a little dose of feel good. I need a little pick me up, so I'm gonna go play Lingua Franca for a little bit and improve some people's lives.
Yeah.
Okay, so for those people who are watching this at home, I mentioned that the teams work on these games for about a year, for about 9 months. And over those 9 months, sometimes things go super, super smoothly, and 99% of the times things do not go super smoothly because this is game development, and that's what happens. What obstacles did your team face? How did you overcome things? Obviously, by virtue of this kind of being an unorthodox game, you maybe encountered unorthodox problems. Tell me a little bit about that part of the development cycle.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, as you can tell, and we've kind of mentioned, our game's pretty niche. It doesn't really fit in with every single crowd, and then like a lot of gamers just like don't really like reading, and that's fine. We're glad to really have like a game we can focus on narrative without like sacrificing design intention, but that was a hard thing to convey to a lot of people who don't normally play this type of game, specifically within our team. When you have like over 30 people to work with, that's already like pretty difficult, and then making sure everyone is always on the same page is like even harder sometimes. So that was definitely one of the big problems we came across, and we just really tried to tackle that on by like opening our communication as much as possible and making sure like we talked across the departments.
For sure. So that's a little bit about the obstacles or the trials that you went through. What about the other side? Are there any standout moments, either from the development or from the game itself, things that are the things that you'll remember, your favorite experiences, anything like that?
Right, yeah. So I guess like personally, just like a very specific vignette is like, you know, after like we kind of finally got the charges dropped, like I got to work with our composer Michelle, and she was just like really fantastic. She made like this great main theme for our game, and it's like really has the perfect vibe we were looking for while still being such an earworm. This music is dynamic, so like it changes as you solve more puzzles in the level, and I just get like such a dopamine hit every time like you know, I hear the full song in our game. Yeah, but overall, I think like one of the biggest takeaways is just like when you work on a game, it can be really exhausting at times, but like it feels rewarding when you get to meet some like these really great people who are just super skilled at what they do and like so dedicated and so passionate, and it's just great to be able to leave a project and have people you can really root for.
That is great to hear. So we're just at the end of our time here. You talked about making it, you've talked about sharing it with other people. Where can everyone play this game? Where can they find Lingua Franca?
Yeah, so you can find Lingua Franca on Steam, and it will be just like the first result that comes up there. It's for free, and you can get it today. Otherwise, you can find us on Instagram at lingua.franca.game, all lowercase and no spaces. And that's where you can find us online.
So you can go to Steam right now and you can check it out. And I just am now realizing that I've been saying lingua franca in my Utah accent this entire time, and I apologize for that.
I think that's what most people have been saying.
Lingua franca. Thank you all for joining us, and thanks for sharing this game. Remember, you can check them out on Instagram, or you can also go to Steam right now and get this game. So we are going to take a quick break, and then we will be back here with another one of our games. So we'll see you all in just 1 second.
All right. Yeah, thanks so much.
Welcome back to Utah Games Launch, the end of the year showcase brought to you by the Division of Games. My name is Adam Hunter, and we are well in the swing of things here, and I'm excited to be here with you. We've taken a look at one undergraduate game and one graduate game. Now we're going to take a look at another graduate game, but these are from our first year graduate students. During the second year, they work on a project for 9 months and publish it, but during the first year, they take a couple of other projects classes, including one that is called well, it's not called, but they develop an alternative controller. So basically think about how can you make a game that doesn't rely on something like a keyboard or a traditional gamepad. So let's take a look at Pivot, our first alt controller game. Every year we have scary games, and every year I have to nope right out of it. So that was Pivot. Now, as you can see, there wasn't much of the gameplay show, or much of the actual controller shown there, and we don't have the team here in the studio with us because they are actually somewhere else in the building with their alternative controller game. So let's actually check in with the people upstairs and see how Pivot actually works.
That was your first, thank you, Adam. That was your first look at the game Pivot from Team Pivot here at the University of Utah. Now, like I'm sure Adam said in the overview, Pivot is an alt control game where we get to show off so many weird contraptions. You might be able to see it behind me, controlling the game in the weirdest ways possible. To help talk about the game a bit more, I have the producer and lead engineer from Pivot. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
Hi, my name is Ming Yang. I'm the producer of Team Pivot.
Hi, my name is David. I'm the lead engineer and the vision holder of this project.
Thank you guys so much for talking about Pivot with us today. It's so exciting to have these alt control games here. What can you tell us about the game? Like, what's it about? And let's start off with that. What's the game about?
Yeah, so Pivot is a game where you move furniture in a haunted house by moving actual furniture in the real world, like you're just seeing there. So you want to talk about the initial idea?
Yeah. So the initial idea came from the TV show Friends, where Ross is moving furniture with Chandler and Rachel, and he starts yelling, "Pivot, pivot, pivot." So that's where my inspiration came for this game. So I always wanted to create some collaborative game where two people yell at each other when they're playing. No, you're doing it wrong. No, you're doing it right. So that was my main inspiration for making Pivot. Yeah, that's how we got here.
It came from the show Friends.
Yes.
I've never seen Friends. Like, I know the general idea of it, but are there other moments in the show that could have captured your attention, where you focused on taking something from Friends and making it into a game?
No, this is like a really iconic scene, Pivot. Like, you look for GIFs, you just search Pivot, the first thing that shows up is Friends, Ross yelling pivot, pivot, pivot.
So talk to us about the story of the game. What is the premise behind it? Because it seems like a kind of a horror thriller game.
So yeah, so the story of the game is that you are a group of movers, and one day you receive an order from someone who wants you to move a very old and couch into a house, very old house. Little do they know, it's actually a wizard who wants to cast out the ghost in that old house, and the magical couch is an item when you put into a certain place will have a charm that casts out the ghost. So when the movers enter the house, as you see there will be ghosts chasing you because ghost doesn't want to be cast out, and that is the story.
That's incredible. So you're moving a couch, but how does the game capture? Because you might be able to see we have 2 screens here, a forwards and a backwards, I'm guessing. How do you capture that both in game and like were there any issues that you had trouble with?
So we started with a gyro controller for capturing the angle at which it is, and we have cameras right down there that capture the height. We have April tags attached to the base bottom of the couch. So there's a Python script running which calculates the height from the cameras to the April tags. That's how we are basically doing most of the stuff.
Smarter than I. Like, I don't think I would ever be able to make something like that. 1 camera is more than enough for me. I'm a photographer. 1 camera is more than enough for me. So having 3 cameras and a gyro in there, you're talking too much. I'm a humble communications major.
Thank you.
Yeah. One more thing. How many people were working on this game? Like, what does the studio look like?
So we have 13 people in total on our team. There are 7 artists/tech artists. And there are 4 engineers, there's 1 designer, and there's me, the producer.
That's awesome. Thank you guys so much for talking about your game, Pivot. If you guys want to check out Pivot or any of the other Alt Control games, be sure to head on down to Building 72. We'll be here until, I think, 6 p.m. tonight. Adam, back to you.
Well, actually... Oh, here we go. Thank you kindly. We will actually be here until 7 o'clock tonight, so you can come check it out. Or you can... I suppose purchase a couch and glue some QR codes to the bottom and set up your own webcams to experience Pivot in the home. That's actually one of the really, really cool things about Alt Control games. You'll see a number of them throughout the day, is that they really they reimagine what a gaming experience can be and what it is like to interact with an object to make something else on a screen happen. So if you definitely are in the area, come check out our Alt Controller games because they are something to behold. So yes, that was our first Alt Control game. We have about 4 more that we're going to show you. So in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with another one of our undergraduate capstone games. So we'll see you in just 1 sec. not be a Utah Games launch. It would not be a gaming event without some reference to steampunk and some reference to giant swords. So let's check out our next undergraduate game, a game called Clockwork Sword. That final boss battle music was getting me way too pumped up. If the camera's on me, you could have seen me bouncing in my chair. So that was Clockwork Sword. We actually have some of the development team here with us, so let's meet them. So over on the table, we have some members of the team. Would you like to introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, and what you did on Clockwork Sword?
Yeah, I am Dylan Schaffer-Murphy, and I am the lead producer on Clockwork Sword.
Hello, I'm Liam Healy, and I was the lead engineer on Clockwork Sword.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm the art lead for Clockwork Sword.
And I have next to me here.
I am Parker. I'm the lead designer / vision holder on Clockwork Sword.
And Parker is going to be playing the game for us with some live gameplay footage. Right. So let's talk right out of the gate. What in the world is this adrenaline-filled skeleton sword game? Tell me about Clockwork Sword. What is it?
Yeah, so Clockwork Sword is a steampunk isometric action game. One of our biggest features components is the weapon customization. I'm sure Parker will show it off here soon. But while you're going out throughout the entire game, you'll pick up different gears, different elemental charges and weapons that you can put on either side of your weapon and switch between throughout gameplay to use a crossbow, to use a sword, to apply like a fire effect to it, an acid effect to it, and basically defeat enemies and bosses throughout.
So for everyone at home, like I mentioned a little bit before, these games all start off as pitches, and then they turn into the games that they eventually become. And sometimes those games are very, very similar to the original pitch, and sometimes the team has found the fun along the way. Was the weapon customization always one of the pillars of design of this game?
I think I could take this one. Yeah, so I think what really inspired this game was kind of the weapon customization idea of like, we want to make this modular weapon where you can kind of not collect weapons, but collect pieces of weapons, then make your weapon. And I think one of the big inspirations for me personally with the idea was in God of War, you can swap between different kinds of weapons.
Yes.
And I always wanted to have like an attack that you would start with one weapon, and by the time the attack finishes, it's a different weapon. Or like, so an easy way to swap inside of the action of combat and kind of not lose your combo or whatever. And so that's kind of where we came up with this double-sided weapon where like there's these kind of attacks that swap between the different forms.
Very, very cool. So the, excuse me, so how many different combinations, have you guys done the math on to how many different combinations of a weapon you can have?
Well, there are, 6 different weapons. You can have 2 equipped at the same time. Each weapon has between 1 and 3 gear slots, and there are 36 gears?
Thereabouts, yeah.
And 4 charges. Each weapon can also have 1 charge. Oh, Parker, can you go back to the workbench and show off the slots?
Sure I can.
So yeah, you can see the gears. You can see each weapon has gear slots, and yeah.
So these gear slots, it almost reminds me of the mana system from, or the materia system from Final Fantasy VII, where you're actually inserting stuff into your weapons and then that's adding modifications to it. Did you guys pull any reference or any inspiration from any previously existing games? I can't think of too many games that have the entire gameplay loop featured around the customizable weapon, but did you have any inspirations or anything that you wanted to try and emulate?
Yeah, we took sort of an inspiration from Hades and similar games that tend to be kind of roguelikes, although our game is not a roguelike. And it just sort of helped inform the style and the design of the game. And yeah, we get a lot of comments about it on Steam.
So with Hades being kind of one of the primary inspirations, I'm a big camera nerd in games. I love paying attention to the camera and the decisions that are made about that. Was it always going to be kind of this top-down isometric? Did you guys play with how close the camera is or any different kind of perspective styles or anything like that?
Yeah, I think we were shifting a lot between like different POVs in terms of how far the camera was away and kind of like what the exact angle was, but we all kind of had the idea that it was going to be like that top-down view. I mean, we've had funny discussions about testing like a first-person mode or something, but I don't think that's ever going to happen.
So tell me a little bit about the breakdown of your team. You obviously mentioned what you did, but you are not the only 4 people who made this game. How did your breakdown look like as far as engineers and artists and tech artists and things like that?
Yeah, I can take that one. I think we got a very lucky team. Like, it's just been an incredible group of people that we work together. But we have a lot of artists. About half of our team is artists. I think we have about 7 engineers, 8 engineers?
8 engineers plus me, so 9.
And then we have a group of 7 designers and then 4 people working on audio, a couple producers, and it's just worked out really well. We have exactly what we need, and it's been great.
That is fantastic. So with the team being so big and with everyone kind of working on different things, were there any kind of unexpected obstacles that you overcame, or that you encountered? Anything that you, when you thought, oh, we'll just start out and it'll be a game where you're battling people, and then you discovered, oh wait, there's this whole other thing that we didn't even consider?
We wanted a lot of levels in this game.
We scoped down a lot.
How many levels are currently in it?
Well, depends on how you count levels.
How do you count levels?
I'd say right now we would count levels as floors. We were originally planning to have entirely different areas with different aesthetics. Now it's all mostly museum themed, with like sub-museum parts. But originally we had wanted like train yards and like factories.
Yeah, and we were able to basically take those ideas and put it into the museum. So now you can like visit the aviation exhibit, you can visit the train exhibit, visit the lab exhibit, and at the end there's a big final boss. And so like they made up like 6-7 levels ish.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that narrative progression. Setting it in a museum, right? We don't have too many games. We actually had a capstone game a few years ago called Bide in the Museum that was set in a museum, but not too many games are set in that. Why did you land on this one as opposed to going with the train yard or the air depot or anything like that?
I think it was ultimately gonna, like, the museum was gonna be our final level in the original plan, and then when we had to scope down, we decided to, instead of having multiple levels, have these exhibits, and we themed all those exhibits based on the past levels, which is, it just sort of eventually just landed on, we're keeping the museum.
I love it, I love it. So, what is the future plan for Clockwork Sword? Can people play it now? Can they play it in the future? Will there be future levels? Tell me a little bit about that.
So we, as of yesterday, just pushed out our big final 1.0 update for our live operations. So that features a new level, features like the big final boss of the game, some new items as well, achievements and so on. And that's kind of like our big final push that we just made. We did it pretty well. We did it early, and we're happy with where we're at. So that's the future of Clockwork right now. We also have online leaderboards, which is awesome. So there's a score system in the game, and you can play it and try to get the best high score and see everybody else in the world and your friends is there as well. So that's kind of like our long-term plans, just like see if people can be the best of the game.
So you all heard it here first. The developers themselves have challenged you and said that you can't beat their scores.
Absolutely
so
not.
Everyone needs to go and do that. So you mentioned the 1.0 build. Is this on Steam?
Yeah, we are live on Steam right now.
All right.
And
so
Epic.
And Epic Games.
Yeah.
Congratulations. So you
And
can
itch.
either go to the Epic Games Store, you can go to Steam, or you can go to itch and look for Clockwork Sword, and you can start playing today. Thank you all very much for joining me. Thank you for playing this game. I'm excited to be bad at this game because I can already tell that it is beyond my skill level. So thank you for sharing it with us. We are going to take another quick break really quickly. We're going to go back to some more of our traditional game development reels in the meantime, and then we are going to be back with another one of our capstone games. So we'll see you all in just one moment. welcome back to Utah Games Launch. We are already an hour into this, if you can believe it, and we have checked out some really, really cool games thus far. And so we're going to keep going. Let's go to one of our undergraduate games called Beam Down. So that was a quick look at Beam Down. We have some of the dev team here with us today. So let's have a quick introduction of everybody. If you all could start maybe on one side, tell who you are and what you did on Beam Down.
Yeah, I mean, I can go ahead. My name is Quinn Richards. I am the design lead on Beam Down.
I'm Kyle. I'm the gameplay lead on Beam Down.
I'm Brendan Stender. I'm the executive producer for Beam Down.
Awesome. And
here's Raphael, somehow a system designer and part of UI designer and the one doing localization for the team.
Fantastic. Localization, we'll talk about that in 1 second. Raphael is going to be giving us some live gameplay as well. So let's talk, for those who are bad at extrapolating existing data, tell us about Beam Down. What is it beyond what we just saw in the trailer?
I mean, down to the bare bones of the game, Beam Down is basically an action-adventure Boss Rush inspired game where you're going planet to planet, seeing as Eero 4 research operative kind of what the Society of Philanthropia, the sort of republic kind of huge corporation you're working for, is doing researching these planets. And you kind of find out that as you play the game, we have 3 different planets that you can choose from. And those just include 3 different bosses and 3 different experiences that are kind of like, on average, about like 2 to 5 minute fun little gameplay experiences. I guess a good little summary without giving too much away. I feel like it does a pretty good job to summarizing what's up. What do you guys think?
Just to add to that, every planet kind of has its own boss and lore, as Quinn touched on. But also, as you go through the game, you start to realize that things aren't exactly what they seem. And so there's a little bit of a mysterious aspect that you need to kind of go through and discover on your own.
And I can go ahead on the gameplay just for a second.
Yeah, of course.
It's primarily a combat game, and so one of our big things is being able to choose what abilities you want to use and kind of catering those to the planet and adjusting based on what you find there to best counteract that.
So I've noticed that there's trends, especially among the capstone games. Like a few years ago when the world was falling apart, there were a lot of games that had to do with either just horror or feelings of helplessness or worry or things like that. There seems to be an awful lot of boss rush games happening this year, and so I'm wondering if there's some sort of zeitgeist that people are tapping into. So Beam Down, was it always supposed to be kind of this small segmented boss rush with different gameplay elements? Was it started out as maybe longer levels or more bosses? How did it go from its original pitch to where we are now?
I mean, yeah, I've been on the team since prototype. The main kind of first idea we had with it was actually a 2D prototype, mainly focused on short, quick boss experiences. And then once I got into the team and we kind of figured out, oh, we have more people that can kind of make level up this game to something even better, we switched to 3D. And original design was to have an even blend of worlds like we're seeing here, where you kind of explore the world, see the narrative via environmental storytelling and different just log-based stuff you can kind of run into. And that kind of helps train the player to get ready for the boss fight. That was kind of always our first focus, was boss stuff. And that kind of shows in the gameplay within your experience, as well as that. These sections are 2 to 3 to 4 minute experiences if you want them to be. They could go up to even 5 to 10 minutes if you're actually sitting down and actually doing a full dive into everything that's happening.
And if it's your first time playing the game as opposed to the 700th time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it seems, the character was going around and discovering kind of logs that have come before. So obviously not giving too much away, but there's obviously something going on here. Something has either come before or something like that. So that's that's part of the mystery as you're unraveling this. With that being the case, and with there being 3 different planets, can players choose each planet they go to, or are they in order? And if so, how does that play into kind of the overall narrative mystery?
Yeah, they're in order, and so you have to beat the boss that's currently being fought right now in order to unlock the second planet. And part of that was that we found the game was originally very boss focused, like it was just bosses. We weren't going to have levels, and then we found through playtesting that we really wanted to expand the level a bit and also the lore of that. And so we wanted to make each environment unique and make it interesting to explore that, and then kind of get a progressive narrative as that goes on.
Fantastic. So we'll actually, presuming that Raphael can beat this boss, we'll actually see the second environment here.
Oh,
in
yeah.
1 second.
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk really quickly about the team. You mentioned, earlier you said, it was originally 2D, but then we got people on the team who could really start to level it up. What does the breakdown of your team look like as far as engineers and artists and tech artists, and who is handling what on your team?
So as far as the team breakdown, the largest discipline we definitely have is artists, and that's why we kind of sat down and decided at the beginning of production what we wanted to do, because we had the majority of artists. So whatever way we decided was what we could do. We have probably, I don't know, like our whole team is 28 members in total. So we have probably a good 12 to 14 are artists, and then the rest are evenly split up between the engineers and designers. And as far as like production and everything, we have 3 producers. So I started out kind of over just the engineers, but then we sat down and decided there was a lack of leadership a little bit, so I kind of took over. But based off that, each team is split up into a producer, and then a lead and a sub-lead. So I'm the producer, and then we have Quinn and Kyle who are the lead and sub-lead. And that's just kind of how it ended up working out for us in the end.
That's kind of one of the really interesting things about Capstone, is that for everyone at home who doesn't know, there's kind of no rules as to how the teams manage themselves. The instructors very much leave it on the teams to kind of figure out what works. So I'm really glad to hear that you found kind of that groove that could help that collaboration and make it so that everyone knew, what they were responsible for.
Yes.
One thing I want to talk about right at the beginning, so this is something that we don't normally see from student games. It said made in Unity. Let's talk about Unity. Normally the go-to for everybody is Unreal. What made you choose Unity?
I think our main way towards Unity was kind of 2 factors. We have a lot of engineers that have training in Unity's C# script, and so that kind of helped with getting mechanics really quickly implemented and then testing them as we go in a really fast, rapid state, which helped us actually get the game feel really well, really early on. And I think that was a really, really cool thing that we started out with. And then I think for the style of game we had too, where it's an isometric 2D gameplay but 3D space, that's what made sense for the Unity engine.
Gotcha. So with it being Unity, did you ever consider, hey, should we bring this to mobile devices at all?
No. I think that would be interesting. That would be really interesting. We very early on decided to target controller, just for the type of game we wanted the combat to feel really good. And so that would be pretty tough to translate and get it feeling right into mobile.
Well, and I commend you on that, because a game like this, with it being such a combat-heavy game, it's going to kind of live and die off of its controls and off of its combat. So so making the decision early on about like, okay, we're going to aim for controller and this is what we're going to do, that no doubt probably made the rest of your development experience, it probably did some of the heavy lifting there, so you were like, oh, that decision's already made for us.
Yeah. We definitely got to follow genre conventions, which was nice in some aspects and hard in others.
Understandable. So you mentioned, we're not going for mobile on this. Where can people play Beam Down?
Beam Down is available on Steam now. The full game and the DLC that we worked on the last couple months are all live. You can just look it up on Beam Down on Steam, and it's there. You can download it and get the full access, be able to explore everything, and do it all at your own pace.
This is one of the first games that I can recall where someone has made DLC for it. For those who are at home, DLC stands for downloadable content. It's additional content that is usually released after a game has been alive for a while. So what was your decision to make DLC? You mentioned we were working on it for a few months. Did you just nail it at first, or you were like, well, let's see how far we can push this thing?
We launched in March. We did our full launch, but it was only the first 2 planets. And we kind of had this idea of like, we wanted to get that done and then tell the rest of the story when we could and really nail that.
Fantastic. All right, so if you have been loving this gameplay experience, you can go to Steam right now and you can check out Beam Down. Thank you all very, very much for joining us. Thank you for showing us the different environments and the different bosses, including the scary horned eel.
No, thank you, Adam, for having us on. We appreciate you taking time to talk with us.
Yes, so remember, Beam Down on Steam right now. Otherwise, we are going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to check out another one of our alternative controller games. So we'll see you all in just 1 second. welcome back to Utah Games Launch, the end of the year showcase brought to you by the Division of Games at the University of Utah. I am Adam Hunter. I am your host for this evening, for this afternoon, and we've already been checking out a number of cool games. We're going to toss the mic over really quickly in just one bit to another one of our alt control games. So just to give you a recap, alternative control games are games that use things other than a controller or other than a keyboard to try and emulate some sort of gameplay experience. So we have a game called Rockin' Derby. Let's check out a trailer for it. I talked a little bit about cultural zeitgeist and about how our games tend to tap into that. This is not the only horse game that we have this year, so maybe that's saying something about where we are as a society right now. But otherwise, let's go back up to our roving reporter to talk to the team, showcase exactly what Rockin' Derby is all about.
Thank you so much for that. I'm here with the team of Rockin' Derby right now. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves and your role on the team?
Hey, my name is Matthew Solomon, and I'm one of the lead producers on the team.
I'm Zachary Walk. I am one of the artists on Rockin' Derby.
I'm Noah Hart, and I was in charge of the hardware and software side of things, engineering-wise. And this is our team mascot, Archie.
I wish I had a dog that cute. My dogs are back home in California. So, thank you for being here. What can you tell us about the game that we have going on behind us? I just played it. It was super fun. But why don't you guys explain what the game is?
Yeah, so Rockin' Derby is one of the graduate student projects here at the U. It is a 4-player kart racing game, but we are using actual rocking horses as the controllers. When Noah mentioned that he's doing hardware, that is the hardware he is talking about. We had these rocking horses all custom built and then wired personally by our own team.
Yeah, where is the wiring just like under the seat? Because when I was playing, like I, was hitting the button to use items and whatnot. Is it just like under the horse?
Yeah. So Rick is a really talented woodworker down here. He lives in Harriman. He's works at one of the high schools down there, and basically what he did was he cut little openings in the bottom of each horse, so you can put all the wiring. We have our breadboard up there. We have battery packs.
We've got the world's first Bluetooth rocking horses. It's something the world didn't know they needed, but we have it. So
I didn't know that.
So now your rocking horse can be truly wireless, which everybody's been asking for a really long time.
If like technology in the 21st century has taught me anything, is we need to make things wireless, even if they don't have wires in the first place.
Absolutely,
it needs to happen.
I'm wireless, so
I can't say that I've got wires coming out of my body all the time. Type 1 diabetes for the win. So. What can you guys tell us about the gameplay itself? Where did this idea come from?
I'm going to pass it off to Zach to answer that one.
So when we were pitching this idea way back in December, or no, it was January, I was thinking of what would be the most silly controller that we could make. And I really like the idea of having a rocking horse and having a bunch of adults hunched over these tiny little wooden rocking horses. And then we were like, okay, now what game can we make with a rocking horse? And it just seemed natural that a racing game or something related to horses would be in line with that. So then you see we've now created a Mario Kart-inspired racing game. And we wanted to get real zany with it and cartoony. So we went with like an old vintage cartoon-style rubber hose. And we're super, super stoked with how it's turned out. We're still ironing out a little bit of bugs, but I think we're very proud with how the launch has gone so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was so fun to play and so fun like to watch people play it so far. I mean, kids of all ages, you can see some younger ones hopping up right now. But like even me, that thing is a workout. You're rocking back and forth. It engages the core. Was that part of the plan behind it too? Like, you're playing video games, also get a workout, Wii Fit inspired?
Yeah, I would say exercise wasn't part of the goal, but it's a happy accident, you know? I think when you're dealing with alt control, I mean, there are a few other projects here, you end up really working in a very physically exhausting way.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, we saw Pivot earlier, you're lifting stuff above your head.
Oh, yeah.
Pivot's I haven't done a bench press since high school, so I don't know what to say about that. But, super fun game. I mean, you guys said you're still working on it. I've seen the one map. Are there any other maps in the work? Any other items? You got 4 items in the catalog right now.
Yeah, we have some future ideas because we want to go to festivals. I'll let Noah talk about some of those ideas.
Like future ideas for the game.
Oh yeah, so right now I went through a lot of testing. We started with rocking horse that we found on Facebook Marketplace. My knees were going up to my head almost. So the initial design was just make it comfortable for all ages, one size fits all. And with that, we tested certain things like jumping mechanics and found that it just didn't work out with the current iteration. Players just have a difficult time doing that stuff. So going forward, we noticed like some issues with turning and whatnot. So we want to really hammer those down and have a good game feel, really responsive. We think the rocking got nailed down perfectly. The item button is people slapping the butt of a horse is like such a great thing to see people do, and people even mention that. So I think just honing and refining it and taking that forward.
Yeah, I think one other thing is that we also want to push the rubber hose cartoony style of it just a little bit more. I think we did a really great job of making it look as good as it does, but like there's so much potential with this genre, so we might add some new items at some point. In a dream world, we'd have a second or third track even. Those probably won't end up happening with the time frame that we're working with, but just pushing the art style and making sure that we're getting as creative as we possibly can with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can get any more creative than this. I mean, you see kart racers and racing games all the time. I don't think I've ever seen a horse racing game that isn't like gambling. Going to your local racing track.
Well, who knows? Maybe a gambling element in the future.
Whoa! Let's hold off on that.
I'm kidding.
Well, that is all kidding here at the University of Utah about gambling. Well, no, so, I mean, super fun game. You mentioned, I forget which one of you is hitting the backside of the horse to like use your items. That's the kind of like ingenious and out of the box ideas that you see here. I mean, even the rocking horses
for sure
kind of out of the box.
Some of the other future items we've kind of toyed around with is maybe some sort of can of beans or something that makes the horses fart as a speed boost. We've also talked about maybe adding another item for the first place player, maybe an anvil or something that stands as an obstacle in the middle of the course. But we're just really wanting to lean into the silliness of the cartoons, just the absurdity, the black holes being inspired by people or cartoon characters running off of a cliff, floating in midair and then falling, right? So we're super, super stoked with how it's currently sitting, and we've got really bright ideas for the future. Potentially even considering a controller release on maybe Itch or Steam, which could be really, really fun to be able to play with your friends in a non-rocking horse format, because I don't think very many people own a Bluetooth wireless rocking horse.
Yeah, so more of a traditional controller.
Yeah, port it to at-home consoles for the everyday man.
Absolutely. No, we definitely wanted to see people competing and shouting at one another, and I think so far today we've seen that be successful. People yelling and getting mad that their friend's beating them. So we're super stoked with how our launch has gone. We're super excited.
Yeah, it's so great to have you guys here. Thank you so much for being on camera with us. It's so exciting to see your game. If you or the viewers want to play any of these games you've been seeing here today, come on down to Building 72. We're going to be here until 6 p.m. tonight. Just come play all the games your heart could desire. Thank you so much.
Is that we have a lot of VIPs here, people from important people from around campus, from around the valley, and a lot of the times you get to see these VIPs hop on a rocking horse or hop in a giant Zorb, which we'll see in 1 second. So please come down and check out the festivities if you are in the Salt Lake area. We are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with a game called Tiny Sheriff, which is another one of our capstone games. So we'll see you all in 1 second. welcome back to Utah Games Launch, the end of the year showcase brought to you by the Division of Games at the University of Utah. We are back in the saddle, so to speak. We just came from a horse game. Now we have a Western themed game, which doesn't have any horses in it. It's called Tiny Sheriff. Let's take a look at the trailer. They say you can't judge a book by its cover, but I absolutely love that you know exactly what you're getting when you start a game called Tiny Sheriff. That makes me very, very happy. We have members of the dev team here with us, so let's have everyone over on the table introduce yourselves, say what your name is and what you did on Tiny Sheriff.
I'll go first.
Ahead, yeah, go ahead.
All right, my name is Haven Van Landingham. I'm the design lead on Tiny Sheriff.
I'm Patrick Bernhard. I'm the level designer and the enemy and boss creator on the game.
I'm Brendan Lee. I was game director, and I did a lot of work on the player characters, animations, and program.
Awesome. And then here at the table?
Yeah, I'm Sinjin Russian. I'm the lead engineer on Tiny Sheriff.
And he's going to be playing some live gameplay footage. So if you want to get that started, we will talk to the team. Kay, I have been fortunate enough that I have been close to a lot of the development cycles of a lot of these teams since their initial pitch stage. So Tiny Sheriff has had kind of a special place in my heart since then. But to everyone who is just seeing Tiny Sheriff for the first time, tell us about Tiny Sheriff. What is it? What's the goal? What player fantasy are you trying to fulfill? Tell us all about that.
So Tiny Sheriff is a game about weapons being used as a means for transportation. Unlike typical platforming games where you use your jump and your abilities, in this game you're using your guns and the kickback they give you to propel yourself throughout levels. Yeah.
That's pretty. I think that's pretty well executed in terms of explaining how the game kind of is.
So how did the idea for Tiny Sheriff come about?
So actually, one of the really big inspirations for this game for me was Getting Over with Bennett Foddy, where they sort of give you like a really strange way of moving. But I don't know if you guys have seen like speedruns of that game, but you can actually do some really incredible stuff with it if you sort of like take the time to learn how to use it. So that was sort of like the impetus of all that. Sort of give you something really weird, unusual, and see the players sort of figure out how to go crazy with it.
Was it always going to be a sheriff with guns, or were there other ideas of other weapons or settings or characters that were using weapons for a means of transportation?
I definitely had the idea for moving around in this weird way before the sheriff. This sort of just what came up after that when I was thinking of how to design like a character for this. This was based off of like art that I did like quite some time ago.
Yeah, and in the original concept, we wanted the Tiny Sheriff to be going through different time dimensions. Like you would go to like a
Timey Sheriff.
Yeah, Timey Sheriff. That was like we thought it was too on the nose, but we wanted him to go to like the medieval times, like a pirate area and all that. And from there, you'll get like a weapon from each area. And so like you'd get like a shield to like kind of bounce around on. And then I think we had like in Egypt, you're gonna get like a slab of like limestone.
Yeah.
But we had to cut back just because of you know, scope creep and all that kind of stuff, and we kind of just sticked with that Western aesthetic because we're like, you know, he's a sheriff. Let's just have him take out and conquer the West.
Well, we were talking to Beamdown, another one of the teams, and they said that they had DLC for their game. So maybe Timey Sheriff is going to be the DLC that comes afterwards.
Yeah, we're definitely talking about that.
We would like to get him into the time portals eventually.
So we see here the sheriff. The primary weapon is a shotgun. It seems that there are 2 shots that kind of either can propel you upwards or forwards. The second one seems to be some sort of minigun, which allows for, I guess, would hovering be the correct word?
Absolutely, yes.
What other kind of weapons, because I don't know if we'll see them or not, but what other kind of weapons and locomotion do you have?
Well, we also have a harpoon gun that actually has it tied to a specific mechanic in the 4th level that we have, and it's meant to sort of help bypass that sort of hurdle. And it can also help mitigate aspects in terms of trying to deal with ammo consumption and trying to deal with that throughout the game, because you're constantly using the double barrel and the Gatling gun, so you need something in between to try and deal with that sort of problem of ammo consumption.
Can you talk a little bit about, because this is the kind of game where, right, like the movement is going to be key, and exactly how far does a shot take you, and how long does it take for the ammo to regenerate? Like this is slider central as far as balancing everything goes. Could you talk a little bit about the balancing aspect of it and how you came about determining not only the metrics but then designing levels around those metrics?
So when we wanted to balance the weapons, we originally had in mind 8 weapons. We kind of wanted to do a Doom thing where like you overwhelm the player with so many weapons. But we had an industry guy come over and play our game once, and he was like, I feel like you can just cut it down to 3 weapons and you've basically got it. And from there we kind of just tested the game. We're like, okay, we have the shotgun, we got the minigun, and with those 2 alone you can just kind of pseudo fly, just barely fly, like enough. And we wanted you to get that feeling, but we wanted to make sure the player had to work to get that flying. So they had to like balance their shotgun, balance their minigun, and then when you're out of ammo, both of them use that harpoon gun to kind of grab yourself onto a wall while your other weapons are kind of recharging. We wanted to make sure that that you're able to fly, but just barely be able to fly.
and definitely after mastering the controls.
Exactly.
Right? So that's not for first time players.
No,
that's for the devs who've been working on it for 9 months.
Exactly. Yeah.
You had mentioned another game earlier that I apologize, I can't remember the title of, but were there any other games that acted as kind of inspiration or things that you drew from as far as either the movement or the level design or anything like that?
I guess we could talk about like 2 others. I think Doom Eternal was actually, surprisingly enough, something where it's like a heavy emphasis on weapon switching, just jumping between different weapons that have different functions. And another one was definitely Pizza Tower, sort of with like the cartoony aesthetic and the level design sort of around like mastering levels and getting really high scores.
Gotcha. And so it seems here that as you're defeating every level, there's not only reaching the end of the level or defeating the boss, but there's also a number of additional objectives, right?
Yeah, correct.
So with all of that in mind, and with you kind of talking about like, oh, you can just fly and everything, were you kind of aiming for like, this is going to be the speedrunning game? Is that kind of the end goal of it all, or is that just an added bonus?
It's more of an aspect of it in terms of speedrunning. We want to try and relatively hit that sort of audience, because you move fast in this game, and we want to make sure that the movement feels phenomenal if someone wants to really get good at it.
For sure. So were you playtesting a lot as far as either internally or externally, making sure that that movement felt as smooth as possible?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Playtesting.
That's the sigh that, oh yeah.
We had to rework the
playtest
twice, I think.
100%, yeah. Trying to get that like nice momentum in for the player to have that nice smooth movement in the air.
No, but the props to you for actually taking the time to be able to nail it, because again, that's what's going to make this game amazing. If someone wanted to play Tiny Sheriff, what could they do in order to fulfill that?
So we are going to have it launch. Right now we have it wish listed, but we're going to have it launched by next week. We were having a little errors with Steam, but next week is what we were aiming for people to play it. So I believe after this build, after this boss is brutally killed, you'll be able to see the wishlist QR code.
Fantastic. So everybody get your phones out really quickly and scan your screens. So you heard it here. In a week, it will be on Steam, and you can be a tiny sheriff with a very large gun shooting yourself all around. Thank you all very, very much for playing and for answering the questions and for showing us this awesome and silly game. I really, really appreciate it.
Of course. Absolutely.
I'm also going to indulge myself just really quickly because I want to. I'm a linguistic guy, and back in the day, in other countries, we didn't have what we called counties. We had what they called shires, right? As in the Shire, or Hertfordshire, or Bedfordshire, or Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire, yeah, exactly. Well, when we came to America, we didn't call them shires anymore, but we called them counties. However, back in the day, there was someone who was in charge of collecting the taxes and kind of keeping the peace in these shires, and they were known as the Reeve. And so in there, they had the Shire Reeve, and here we have the Sheriff. So that is my linguistic lesson. I hope you all enjoyed that. We are going to cut to a quick break, and then we are going to come back with another one of our capstone games. So we'll see you all in just 1 second. scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not that they could, that they didn't stop to ask themselves whether or not they should. We are back with a game called Dinos TD. Let's take a look at the trailer. Or not. There we go. They're moving in herds. They do move in herds. It's just going to happen. There's just going to be Jurassic Park quotes all over the place. So this is Dinos TD. This is another one of our undergraduate capstone games. We have some members of the dev team here with us. Let's start at the table and move this way. Do you all want to explain what your name is and what you did on Dinos TD?
Of course. Hi, my name's Lucy Myers. I am the vision holder for Dinos TD, and I worked in design and animation as well.
My name's Sterling. I'm one of the engineering team leads, and I'm also currently a Mantis, repping the bugs from the game.
I'm Alex. I'm an art lead. I did all of the character designs as well.
And I'm Brian. I'm one of the producers of the game.
Fantastic. And Brian's going to be doing some live play for us, so we'll get that going. Let's talk really quickly about Dinos TD. For some people who may be unfamiliar with the genre, tell us about what Dinos TD is, what the goal is, and how you play it.
So the genre of TD is tower defense, and the goal of the game is to put down your paths and then put down your dinosaurs, and then you just sit back and watch as they destroy a bunch of bugs. It's a laid-back game that's still full of strategy.
And so each dinosaur, I imagine, has either a different attack patterns or ranges or something like that?
Tons of them.
You want to talk about a couple of them? Like I see here where there's Archie and Manny and things like that. You want to talk about a couple of them?
Yeah, so Manny is kind of like the sniper tower, really high range, really high damage, but slower attack speed. Victor is the Velociraptor, so that's going to be like shorter range, but it gets more powerful the more Velociraptors are close by. And then each dinosaur, in addition to having unique abilities, also has a unique capstone ability. So when they hit level 3, they get some extra thing that they do. Manny, the sniper tower, will like spear a tree across the map at a bug.
Like just happened in the gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
Fantastic. So when you say Manny upgrades, if you have multiple Mannys on the map, does each one upgrade as a whole, or does the Manny character class upgrade?
So each tower upgrades individually.
Fantastic.
Yes.
And so one thing, I'm not, a tower defense expert by any means, but my understanding is that a lot of tower defense games don't necessarily have you draw your own path. There's normally a preset path that you're setting towers along. What inspired you to let players to allow players to trace their own way through the world?
Yeah, it's actually a fairly unique mechanic in the tower defense genre. There are only a few games that encourage path building, and most of them are built through blocks, but I spent a lot of the summer playing a game called Mini Motorways, where you build the path and do traffic, and it stole my summer, and I wanted to make something that was that replayable and that fun.
So how do you prevent just players from just zigzagging a path as far as they can and thus making the most circuitous way possible so that their bugs will get killed no matter what?
Yeah, so one of the main ways we do that is we limit how many tiles the players start with.
Perfect.
So they start out with barely enough to kind of get from the bug spawner to their nest, and then as like waves go on, they get more tiles, and they can make the path more squiggly. Yeah, so it progresses that way.
Fantastic. Let's talk about dinosaurs really quickly, because dinosaurs are amazing.
Yeah.
What was it always a? Let me ask it this way: was it a tower defense game first with dinos later? Was it a dino game first with towers later, or was it always just going to be dinos tower defense?
I was pretty proud of myself on this one because I've always pitched theme and story-based games in all my other classes, but this one I pitched the mechanic and was like, oh, but I also love dinosaurs, so let's make it dinosaurs versus something. And I put bugs as a holder, and nobody came up with a different idea, so it ended up being dinosaurs versus bugs.
Which, I mean, if we were going to look at it, these are either the world's smallest dinosaurs or the world's largest bugs, but one of the two.
The prehistoric bugs are creepy. Those things are massive.
Yeah, they more oxygen means bigger bugs.
So let's talk about you. You all mentioned different things that you did on the team. How big was your team, and how was the breakdown as far as how many artists you had, how many animators, things like that?
Yeah, it was about 30, 35 people.
I think we had
overall.
like 32 in the end because we lost a few and gained a few.
32 is about right.
Yeah.
I know we had about 7 or 8 engineers. Everyone's been doing great work.
Yeah, I think we had maybe 10 designers, which was a lot of clashing of ideas, but actually a lot of really good decision making happened and a lot of good collaboration and sharing, actually, not just somebody being the forefront of decision making.
And we had
look, there he is in the background.
Yeah. We also had a pretty diverse array of artists with different specialties, which was really helpful. I am very grateful that we have somebody who did rigging, somebody who did animation, just could cover every base. So
yeah, could you talk a little bit about how you guys landed on kind of the art style that you did, the kind of this cell-shaded, adorable dinosaurs? Because you could play this in any number of ways. How did you land on the art style that you did?
Yeah, so one thing I pushed for is that, I mean, dinosaurs on their own are really cool, and I wanted them to be kind of the center. So anything like we kind of pitched things like dinosaurs with guns, dinosaurs with different kinds of things, but I feel like...
No notes. Go. Do it.
I was just like, I think that the dinosaur itself needs to be kind of almost a reward in and of itself, that you get enough money to put down the dinosaur and that you can admire it. And somebody on our team has a stuffed long neck dinosaur and wanted him in the game, so that's Manny. And then I kind of based all the rest of the designs in a similar style, in a similar vein. They are very limited in color palette because I wanted them to be very distinct.
Yeah, almost kind of a plushy world.
Yes, and that makes it better if we want to do merch. So,
are there plans for merch in the future? Can someone buy, or will someone be able to buy Dinos TD plushies or shirts or anything?
That is so much the goal. Plushies would be the best things in the world.
Absolutely. They're pretty simple, so it would work.
One of our graduate teams last year, one of their alt control games was a plushie, so you can talk to them and find out, what factories they use, things like that. Beyond merch, as far as some students, they reach a point where their game is published and they're super satisfied with it. Some of them have stretch goals of, if we can just do this, we can get a few more levels in. What does the future of Dinos TD look like over the next little bit?
We're all kind of splitting back into our own corners of the world after graduation, but a lot of people have decided they want to continue working on this, and because it's a very open-ended game, there's no story, it's just more and more content can be pushed out as long as we're filling niches with new dinosaurs, filling niches with new bugs, creating exciting new maps, and even like fun, cute DLC content and events like the Meteors. A lot of people just want to keep making fun things for the game.
I know we also had like a couple of mechanics for some of the dinosaurs not quite make it to our final version. So there's definitely some finishing touches that we want to put in.
Very cool. How many maps do you have in the game?
Right now we have 4. But there's so many in the Unreal Engine that we have not polished yet that we're pretty ready to add.
DLC on DLC on DLC. I have to know, because you mentioned so many designers having differences of opinions, and plus with creative people and game dev people just kind of being the way they are, were there arguments over whose favorite dinosaur was the best, or anything like that during the dev cycle?
I'd say the biggest argument was about which dinosaurs were actually dinosaurs. Like the pterosaur, yep, is not a dinosaur, and a lot of silly arguments about the alligator and putting an alligator in the game.
I mean, alligators, they've been around for that long, right? They may as well be dinosaurs. Really quickly, what are all of your favorite dinosaurs?
The mosasaur. In Jurassic World, you see him go up and bite the shark out of the water.
I'm a big fan of the classic. I mean, T-Rex will always be my favorite, especially the capstone ability. It makes it Cerberexy, so it gets 3 heads.
Cerber.
Yeah.
That's the best thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Spinosaurus is my favorite.
Spinosaurus. Yeah. Very, very cool. So, can people play Dinos TD right now?
Yes, they can.
Where?
On Steam.
Okay.
Look up Dinos TD.
Look up Dinos TD on Steam, and you can play it right now. Well, thank you all very much for joining us. I do have another fun. I ended the last one with a linguistic fact. I have another one, but I'm not going to say it because our director got mad at me last time for taking too long. So, thank you all for joining me here today. Thank you for playing. Go to Steam. You can also check it out on social media at dinos_TD. We are going to take another quick break, and then we'll be back with another one of our graduate alt controller games. So we'll see you all in just one bit. Welcome back to Utah Games Launch, the end of the year showcase for the Division of Games at the University of Utah. We are 2 hours into the festivities. We have a stream going on until 7 p.m. Mountain Time today. We also, for those of you who are in the Salt Lake area, we have stuff going on in our building, so you can come by until 7 and you can play some of the games, including the game that we're about to show, which is one of our alt controller games called Umbrella Master. Let's take a look at the trailer for that.
Ashes, burns, hopeless. That's all I see. The world is already in. But you are the only chance we have. Please help us, Umbrella Master.
Please help us, Umbrella Master. Words that I never thought I would hear come out of a student game. By virtue of Umbrella Master being one of our alt control games, we don't have the team here because we have the team out on the floor. So we are going to toss it to our roving reporter so he can check out what Umbrella Master is and what it has to offer. So let's toss it over his way.
I'm here at the Umbrella Master Station right here in Building 72 to talk about the game. We actually have some of the masters themselves. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
Yeah, hello guys, I'm Justin Lee and I'm the producer of the Umbrella Master.
Hi, this is Tzuan. I'm the engineer on this project.
Thank you guys so much for talking with us today, showing off your game to all the people here. What can you guys tell us about Umbrella Master? What is an Umbrella Master?
So basically, imagine in a post-apocalypse world, there is
All right, we unfortunately had a little bit of a technical difficulty, but it wouldn't be game development if something didn't go wrong. So we're going to cut to a quick break while we figure out what's going on, and then we will be back with the Umbrella Master team. Let's try this one again. Umbrella Master, a sci-fi alternate controller game where you use an umbrella as a controller. Let's go out into the field, out into Building 72 to see what the team has to offer us.
I think we're back. Sorry for the technical difficulties, you guys. Once again, I'm here with Umbrella Masters here at the station. I'm here to talk about, why don't you tell us about what your game is?
Imagine in a post-apocalypse world, human beings are facing tons of dangers. But the biggest density we are facing right now is the hack, because all of them are out of control right now and start to attack everyone they can see. So in this game, you will be the Umbrella Master and be the for the entire world. And in the games, as you can see, the umbrellas can be used as different kind of weapons. You can like open it as a shield to protect the income damage, or swing it as a sword to slash enemy, or even you can trigger it as a gun to shoot the enemies.
So it's everything I imagined. I had an umbrella when I was a kid, and my mom said, "No, you need to keep it above your head, stop you from getting wet." But I'm, poking my brother with it. This is what the game is, right?
Yeah, basically.
That's actually incredible. Where did this idea come from? Did you guys was one of you like holding an umbrella one day and said, "I can make a game about this"?
So it's like umbrella is a perfect AD weapon, has multi-function. So everyone how to use an umbrella. Like you open it, it's a shield, and I believe everyone when you are a kid, you play with the umbrella. You swing it like a sword. Yeah.
I mean, I did it when I was a kid. What was the design process behind this? Because umbrella is the main thing that makes it an all-control game.
Yeah.
What was the process behind designing the umbrella and then coming up with the ideas to implement?
Basically, our vision is to have a short but impressive gameplay for the players. So we're aiming to design a 1-minute gameplay for the players to do the entire boss fights. And so the process boss abilities designed it at first, and then we split it in tasks for our art teams and engineering teams. And meanwhile, our hardware engineering is trying to figure out how we can create a more immersive gameplay for the players. We also focusing on the game feel. For example, like we have tons of sound effects, and we also have a vibration chips inside the umbrella controller. So for example, if you trigger as a gun, you can feel the umbrella is actually shaking.
Recoil.
Yeah.
That's so cool. That is so cool. I might have to try this out. This is one of the few games that I haven't tried yet, so maybe after this, I'll give it a go. But it's super exciting. Like, I mean, you can see it being a gun right there, and like you said, there's mech. But when you pop the umbrella out, is that you have to hold it above you to make it a shield, or can you hold it in front of you?
It depends on different abilities the boss
they're
is
different
using.
Abilities?
Yeah. Because some of the abilities are like bullet from the sky, so you have to raise it up to block the income damage. But some of them are coming from the ground, so you basically need to
have to point out. That's pretty cool, actually. I mean, I don't know. Is there anything else you can tell about like what was the production for this game like? Implementing a common household item into a video game.
Yeah. So. Can you be more detailed about it? Like
what was the production timeline for this? From idea to gameplay.
Yeah, basically, it takes us like a week to first generate this idea and then pitch to the entire cohort, and then it takes us like 3 weeks to design the first prototype.
So actually, this is the second version of the
second version.
now.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a prototype version which is has less function but still working.
And start from the second iterations, which is like basically a month, and then we have more functionalities implemented into the hardware design, and then after the GDC times, we basically just mainly focusing on the gameplay and the game feel. And during that time period, we just do less, like more functionality, but like focusing on the player experience instead.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much for talking about your game. It's amazing to see the gameplay and play all the games here. If you guys on Twitch want to see any of the games that we've shown on stream today, or play any others, come on down to Building 72. We'll be here till 7 p.m. I don't want to correct if I've been saying 6 early. We'll be here till 7 p.m. So come on down and check out the games. Thank you again, you guys, for showing off your game.
Thank you.
7 p.m. We got it. Fantastic. So we had a little bit of trouble there, but if you want to see a sci-fi shooter game that uses an umbrella as a controller, come on down to Building 72 and you can play it, and you can play all of the games, not just the alt control games. We have stations all over the building where you can play Dinos TD, Beam Down, Echo Rift, all of the games that we've seen so far, and all of the games that we're going to see. Speaking of seeing other games, we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back with another capstone game. So we'll see you all in just 1 second. We're just getting more and more crowded at the table because we have awesome stuff happening. What awesome stuff do we have? We have a game called Clay Beats. Let's check a trailer really quickly, and then we'll introduce you all to the team. We will not have a trailer anyway for one moment, so let's just go straight to the team. Let's start over here on the table, and then we'll kind of move this way. Do you all want to say what your name is and what you did on Clay Beats?
Okay, so my name is Grace. I'm the art lead on Clay Beats.
I'm Thomas. I am lead designer and composer for Clay Beats.
And right here?
Yeah, my name is Cole Elder, and I was the lead producer on Clay Beats.
And I am Jordan Rose. I worked as the art producer for Clay Beats.
See, we make things work. We make things work. So Jordan and Cole are going to be playing. Clay Beats is a 2-player game, and so they are both joining me here at the table today to play it. So they will start playing us some live gameplay footage, and then we'll just start talking about it. So as we haven't seen a trailer yet, can you two tell me what Clay Beats is about? And you guys can get going.
Yeah, so Clay Beats is a couch co-op multiplayer rhythm game where you and a friend are cats dropped into the world of Potteria, and your goal is to fulfill requests for clients that need pottery created. And the way that you do that is you play some fun rhythm songs. We really miss the couch co-op days of old of getting down on a couch and playing with your friends, and so we really wanted to lean into a game where you're meant to grab someone and you're meant to have an experience and create memories on a couch together. So that's hopefully what we're going to emulate today in our...
Sounds great. Well, if you want to get it going, then we'll check it out.
Sweet.
In fact, I just heard word that we have the trailer, so do we want to cut to that really quickly, and then we'll come back to the live gameplay?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Sounds good. All right, so we've now seen a little bit of Clay Beats, and now we'll be able to cut to the live footage here in 1 second. So Clay Beats, it's a rhythm game where you are fulfilling orders. Does the how good you do at the rhythm mechanic, is that what determines how good the order is?
Yeah, so the pot itself is going to be built right in the middle of both of your screens between the notes, and it gets built as your score goes up, and so you get to see the pot right in front of you.
Fantastic. Let's check this out.
Sweet.
So I'll ask the people at the far table here. So how did Clay Beats come to be? Was it something that was always pottery and cats and rhythm? Were those separate things that all came together in this amalgamation of awesomeness? How did that happen?
Yeah, so basically I originally pitched Clay Beats, and I came up with it the night before the pitch was due, 11 p.m. I think, so about an hour before it was due. I was thinking I love rhythm games so much, and I really enjoy animals, Animal Crossing style, things that are cute. I wanted to make something that was really accessible, so Clay Beats is what came of it.
And there aren't too many cute rhythm games, so I think you're filling a niche that is absolutely underserved.
For sure, yeah. With Clay Beats also, I feel like rhythm games can also be very competitive, especially nowadays. You have a lot of like OSU, you have a lot of people who are really good at DDR, and that's all they do. I wanted to do something that made like a little bit of an introduction to the genre so that people don't feel so scared of trying like a genre they've never done before.
So let's talk really quickly. So I, way back in the day, I worked on a terrible, terrible, terrible rhythm game. And one of the things that made it pretty bad was that our target system, instead of either coming from the top to the bottom or the bottom to the top, it would start in the middle and go out to the corners. And it was very difficult to play and very, very hard to go for. With this, with the pause coming down, was that always the rhythm mechanic you had in mind, or did you try different layouts as far as like where the targets were or anything like that?
Yeah, we definitely did switch up a few times. I think like by the end of last semester, we had a new like radial kind of layout. So there was only 3 notes, and it was top, middle, and bottom, and they'd come into the center. And then we got some more feedback from that, and it wasn't as readable as we wanted it to be. So we switched back to the lanes like coming from the top to the bottom, and it's been I think a good change. Might have set back a little bit of development, but that's just how it goes, you know, switching things like that.
But I mean, hey, as long as you end up with something amazing, right? Like, it's totally worth it. All right, so we have here, we have our 2 players, and then the music that's playing. Let's talk about music really quickly. With it being a rhythm game, where did you have musicians who were on your team, people who had studied this kind of stuff? Where did the music come from?
Yeah, so I'll answer that. Basically, when Capstone started, I knew I wanted to. I'm sure. Also, we have another composer on the team. He's not here right now. But I signed up for a composer, and I put Clay Beats down, obviously, because it was like a rhythm game, and I was like, this will be super fun to compose for. And I've been doing it for a really long time, and I was like, it's time to put it to the test, actually make like a rhythm game, try to make some interesting music for that kind of style of game. And it's been a blast. I've also worked with some of the other composers on the team for some of the tracks, and it's just been a really fun time. It's been a really fun time all around.
So obviously we're not going to be able to see the whole game right now. Is there a variety of different musical genres or styles, or did you try and find kind of a musical voice to go throughout? How did you find the music selection, I guess is what we'd say?
Oh yeah, so mostly there is a lot of variety. I think one of the songs is actually a waltz, so it's in like 3/4, if anybody in here knows that kind of jargon. That's one of my favorites. It's the Otters theme, I believe, and it's supposed to be like a piratey, almost like sea shanty kind of thing. But what we did for like the sound palette of the whole game is we tried to keep it all uniform, and we took a lot of sounds from some like older sound like games and stuff, like sound fonts. I think some of them that we used were Animal Crossings, and those are basically just like sound packs, and we just tried to keep it limited to those sound packs only, and it worked out pretty well. I think all the rhythm game tracks are pretty same like vibe, but definitely different in their own regard.
For sure. And there's been a lot of talk among all the undergrads about DLC. So the cool thing about a game like this, right? You want to come up with more songs, you want to come up with more rhythm tracks, you can absolutely do that.
Yeah.
So one thing that I actually have heard from people looking at rhythm games is they look at them and they say like, oh, well, that's not hard, right? Like it's just like music and then setting up like your tracks. How was the breakdown of your team? What was everyone spending their time doing? I know obviously making games is very difficult and it's very involved, but were you more leaning on the engineers, more leaning on the artists? How did your breakdown of your team go?
Yeah, so I would say we were majority artists. There were a lot of artists who wanted to work on this style of game, incorporating both 3D and 2D art. Engineering-wise, we basically have 2 engineers who focus solely on the rhythm game, and that's been a huge learning curve. I feel like when I originally thought of a rhythm game, I didn't think of anything about how we'd have to engineer it. So
it's been an uphill battle. I think we got to a safe spot right before this because we were like, we need this to just be actually solid, synced up with the music and everything. And we're still running into some problems with charting, but we're gonna sort those out. That's just how it works.
Yes.
That's actually a really good question. So in mapping out these rhythm sequences, do your designers have a sequencer where they can put it in either, I don't know, spreadsheet format or graphical format, or are these all hard coded in?
Yeah, so what we did is, I'm sure you've heard of FL Studio. That's what we composed the tracks in. Yes, okay. And we basically took all the song files, marked them up, and then went into a spreadsheet and added all the notes. It was a pretty big process, and we made like a whole strike team out of it. It was super fun.
Very, very cool. So if 2 people, because it's a 2-player game, if 2 people wanted to play Clay Beats, how could they go about doing that?
So they could go on Steam right now and download Clay Beats. You can play on keyboard or controller, and yeah,
on one
grab a
keyboard
friend.
even you can play on WSD and the up, down, left, right.
Yeah, whatever combination.
So if you're sitting there and you think, oh no, I only have a single keyboard, how can I play this game? 2 of you can do it. So head over to Steam right now and check out Clay Beats. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you for that gameplay. That was absolutely fantastic. I'm not going to lie, I kind of wanted the cats to push the pots off instead of build the pots, but, you know, that's how it's going to be.
Maybe someday.
Hey, you can smash the pots in the overworld.
That's
there you go. So you're fulfilling that player fantasy.
Exactly.
We'll take a quick break, and then we'll when we come back, we will check out another one of our alt control games. So we'll see you all in just 1 second.
See you.
Welcome back to Utah Games Launch, the end of the semester showcase for the Division of Games at the University of Utah. My name is Adam Hunter, and I am the host. I am proud to be the host of this evening's festivities. If you are just joining us, you are right in the middle of checking out all of the awesome games that we are making here at the Division of Games, both at the graduate level and at the undergraduate level. I mentioned earlier that some of our graduate teams create something called alternative controller games, games where you're using something other than a keyboard or a traditional gamepad. And we have another game called Pony Express. So let's check out the trailer right now. That we would have more than one horse-themed game. Can we only leave it at just one horse-themed game? Nay, we can't. But it's okay, I'll stop horsing around. I'll rein it in for now. Let's hoof it on over to our roving reporter to go check out Pony Express in the field.
Frames are up.
I'm here with Studio Fam Squad to show off their game Pony Express. I've got two of their partners right here right now. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Cleveland. I'm one of the producers here at Fam Squad, and this is, he's one of the engineers.
Why don't you guys tell us about what we got going on back here at Pony Express?
Yeah, so Pony Express puts you literally in the saddle of a Pony Express rider in the Wild West. Your goal while traveling around is just to cause chaos. You know, just try out, meet the new quirky characters. You get different mounts as you go, as well as just finding hats and whatnot, just exploring and having a good time.
So, as this is all control, why don't you explain the controller? I don't know what to call this. Is it a controller?
The horse is a little wonky. So the idea here, right, is the controls match what you do with an actual horse for the most part. If you're gonna kick the side, well, let's press the saddle horn here to get going. If you kick the sides, you get a go. If you pull left, you go left. If you pull right, you go right. Let me pull back both, and you stop. Let's see if we can get to this guy over here, who looks very familiar and very handsome. You get different pieces of Mel. You're going to want to find the right piece of Mel. Let's get the saloon out here. Bada bing. You hold it against the NFC reader right here, and then when you do, you start talking to the different people. They say something funny, quirky, very clever. It goes back and forward a little bit, and then you can now go ahead and, there we go. Start riding your horse. And then as you go around the map, there's different horses that you can collect. You can also see different world events, like there's a UFO right over there. If you manage to pull it down out of the sky, you might get something a little cool. Let's go over to this guy now. Let's go ahead and stop. I just dropped all the Mel, but you'll want to get the desert one right here, and then hold it against the NFC. And it's just basically rinse and repeat, pretty straightforward. The actual world events are a little bit more interesting because you have to listen to context clues to know how to solve the puzzles. In this environment, maybe it's more fun just to go run around. And each mount has different things they can do, like this guy breathes fire, helps get rid of the cactuses so you don't have to worry about running into them. Or if you do run into them, then you're out of luck and you have to go find your mount again. But there you go, pretty straightforward.
Super cool game. I mean, I feel like it feels like you're actually a ride on the Pony Express.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the controller and how it works. I know you mentioned that there's some buttons, but the head turning especially, what's going on there?
Yeah, so here we can actually rip off the head of the horse.
No!
Animal cruelty is not a problem because it's not a real horse.
Wait, it's not real?
It's not real.
Oh.
The illusion is broken. This is a contraption for sure. Basically what we did for the entire controller is we took the Xbox motherboard, like an Xbox controller motherboard, and then we dismantled it and rewired everything into it. So it's really easy to like plug in any Windows computer. So these are the triggers where like if you pull left, it goes this way, right goes that way. There's also the swivel mechanic, so it actually does turn back and forth just to make it feel a little bit more, I guess, intuitive. Oh yeah, there you go. We're moving right now. Oh, and if you pull back on both, that's how it stops. As for the, let's not ruin everything as I'm walking around, sorry. Trying to find the best way to show. So if we show under here, you can see there's some buttons that when you kick against them, it hits the button and registers it as a input. And we wired it so that way either side registers it as an input to go forward. And, you know, that's where you, oh, ta-da, moves forward. There's some fun B-roll footage.
It's a super cool game. But like, what was the idea? What's made you say, hey, let's make one of the hardest jobs in the American Wild West into a fun game? What was the idea behind that?
I think it's just thinking of ideas for like just an alternate controller in general. Wanted something that's a bit fun and intuitive, which, I mean, if you've ridden a horse, this is somewhat intuitive. But in general, we wanted like, okay, you're riding a horse, what would you do on a horse? Pony Express, a time in history, it's kind of fun. It wasn't fun. It wasn't fun at all, but it's exciting, and that makes for a great game.
It really does. I gotta come try this out. How many missions are there? I saw when you brought them out, a couple of them spilled out.
Oh yeah, so there's 4 main mail deliveries right now, and then there's about 4 world events that you can go in.
Like the UFO and stuff like that?
Yeah, UFO, the Desert Sandstorm, you can go to the top of the mountain to meet some people there, stuff like that.
Super cool. I gotta come try this out probably once we go back to break. Yeah. But thank you so much for talking to us. Thank you to the team for showing off your game. Yeah. If any of you guys want to, on the Twitch stream, want to come on back down to Building 72 and play this game or any of the other games that you've seen today, we're going to be here until 7 p.m. Once again, thank you guys so much for showing off your game.
Thank you.
And that was Pony Express, one of the awesome games that you can come check out. Also, fun fact, I don't know if you know this, but the historical recreationists recreate the Pony Express every year while they will ride horses all the way across the country. And if you live near the Pony Express Trail, like we do here in Utah, you can actually go check it out. So that was our second to last alternate controller game. We're going to take another quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to check out another one of our student games. So we'll see you all in just 1 second. Welcome back to Utah Games Launch. We are now just going into hour 3 of the awesome festivities. I hope that you have all been enjoying yourselves. I know that all the people here have been. We even had a really, really cool cake that was shaped like the Deku Tree and like the Temple of Time. So there's still cake left if you want to come down to Building 72. In the meantime, we are here with a team, one of our undergraduate teams making a game called Hermes Runner. So let's take a look at the trailer.
Oh, you must be Hermes' new runner. So that was Hermes Runner. I've actually been preparing for this interview. I started a book called Circe, which is about Greek gods, including Hermes, per the recommendation of my amazing wife. So I was doing that specifically to prepare for your guys. We have some of the dev team here with us today. So let's start over on the table. If you all could say your name and what you did on Hermes Runner.
I'm Daniel. I was the lead designer and lead level designer.
I'm Charlie. I pitched the game and then I directed it.
My name is Neil Shin, and I was on user experience and user research for our team.
And my name is Perry. I was a design producer.
All right, and here at the table?
I'm Sebastian. I was the engineer lead on Hermes Runner.
Fantastic. And Sebastian is going to be playing some live gameplay footage for us, so if you want to get that started.
All right.
Let's talk all about Hermes Runner. What is Hermes Runner? Who on the couch, or who, I say couch, who on the table wants to take that one? What is Hermes Runner?
Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So Hermes Runner is a fusion between the need to parkour, the need for speed, and the need to really tag and destroy a town in the ways that you see fit. It's a 3D movement, parkour, speedrunner game where you are playing as Alex, the Hermes Runner, who lives in a Greek city in the 2000s where the gods are real and they own everything.
Yes, I saw there was like a billboard for something called Zeus Coin or something like that. So I'm glad you talked about, the need for speed and the need to tag stuff, because if I had a nickel for every time that I've been like leaping through the air in a Greek city and then wanted to spray paint something, like I would just be beset on all sides with nickels. So I'm glad that you guys are allowing the fulfillment of that player fantasy.
Yeah, oh for sure. That's the target demographic of our project.
Absolutely. So, Charlie, you mentioned this is a parkour, a game based off of exploration and movement. This is obviously going to be the kind of game that the movement is key. It is the #1 important part about the game development. Could you talk a little bit about how your move system started, how it evolved? How did you knock it out of the park on the first go, and this is where you landed, or could you talk about that a little bit?
I'm going to give this one to Neil, actually.
Yeah, so I'll talk about our design philosophy a little bit. From the beginning with the movement, our thoughts were style over speed and speed over everything else. And so we wanted players to really feel that speed, but also, if you can see during the game, our main character Alex, he's doing flips, he has a double jump, he has a dash, he has these abilities to add style, and that's part of the painting as well. It's integrated that style into the movement.
And so, as far as the actual creation, obviously you have level layout and everything like that, but then you're generating movesets and you're dialing in those movesets of, how far is a jump versus how far is a jump when you do a gainer, things like that. Did that take a long time to dial all that in and to explore kind of the full breadth of motion that Alex can have?
I think there was a lot of tuning to the movement system. One of the things that we found that people absolutely loved early on, well, other than spray painting the entire level, prototype levels were just covered in paint the whole time. But people really like going infinite and having infinite momentum. So if you run around quick enough and doing the same things, the right speed running tech, you can go absurdly fast.
Can you pull that off for us?
I'm gonna try.
All right.
Yeah, very early on, the movement systems went through a lot of iterations. There was a lot of different ideas that were presented and thrown out. But we implemented an early version of the movement system where the movement speed was not capped, and players found out that they could just go infinitely fast if they did the right input combinations. And people responded really well to that, so we kind of left it in and made it part of the core system. And so it's more skill-based now. It's harder to pull off unless you're trying to do it, but it feels very rewarding when you do it correctly.
That's awesome, and that's one of those stories that you would have never been able to predict that from the beginning, right? It was just something that, we didn't set this parameter, and that was something that players absolutely gravitated to.
Yeah, also during early playtesting, there were two main types of players. There were, side by side, there was a playtester who was trying really hard to speedrun the level as fast as possible, and he was there for like an hour. And right next to him was sitting another player that was graffitiing every single building, like head to toe. Like,
so just the duality of man.
Yeah, and so I saw both of these players sitting next to each other, and I'm like, we got to keep both of these players in mind as we move forward in our design, because it's really cool to see that it appeals to different audiences who enjoy doing different things in our framework.
For sure. So you talk about graffiti, but then we also talk about it kind of being a modern Greek city. Could you talk a little bit about the aesthetics of the game, the visual aesthetics, the style, the setting. How did you come up with that? Did you take inspiration from other stuff? It seems pretty, you know, the mix of the old world and the new is a really cool, unique way. But how did you come up with it?
Get out of there.
So especially with the design of the level and how it looks and visual, we knew our vision holder Charlie had an idea of like this 2000s, early 2000s setting for like a Greek world where the gods themselves are kind of set in stone in the world, and we wanted to keep that kind of idea in place. So we took a lot of inspiration from modern Greece and ancient Greece and tried to kind of combine it together to create a level and a world that really shows that idea, those concepts.
Yeah, it's a unique blend
Yes.
that I think we found, that modern and ancient, both through the level and through the user interface in the game as well.
So how many of your team actually got to go to Greece to do research for this?
Yeah, we actually got like a $500,000
Yeah, no, that sounds
crazy.
right. Yeah, so all of you went, right?
Yes, of course.
I love kind of the idea, again, of just this mix of the old and the new. So, you know, Hermes, obviously the messenger of the gods. You're getting letters, you're delivering them. Was the tagging always a mechanic as well? Was that part of it, or did that come across as you were playing it and you realized it was something that was fun to do?
Did you want to answer, or?
I think a mix of both. Neil, do you want to take this one? You did a lot of user research.
Sure, yeah. The tagging's been there from the beginning. We've just iterated on it. Like, just through those playtests, just seeing what players really leaned into. We originally had just spray paint tags, and we added free painting. Now there's a paint bomb in the game. And so we're just leaning into that player expression.
And if I can add on to that real quick, we also had the very original pitch idea involved the player character being very punk, like you're forced to work for the god Hermes essentially, and you're not a fan of how things are run, you're not a fan of the establishment. And so our very original design discussions were like, how can we make the character express this? What can we add in terms of gameplay that allows the player to show their rebellion, to show off that they are not happy with the establishment, to make an impact, something that's fun to do. But yeah.
That's, yeah, there's nothing more punk than spray painting things, right? And I'll harp on it again. We've talked a lot about a lot of our games this year are all about boss rushes or things like that. You guys are talking about anti-establishment. It seems like there's a zeitgeist that all of the students of this year are trying to hit. We're running out of time. I have one last question for you. Charlie, you mentioned earlier, you said Alex, and then I think you said, who is the Hermes runner? But I'm just curious, who is the Hermes runner?
My friend. Many people ask this question. Many people want to know, who is the true Hermes runner? We actually had an exclusive video reveal in our capstone class yesterday, our final presentations. It's someone on our team, but the title is up for grabs. And you know who the real Hermes runner is? The friends we made along the way.
It's everyone when they play the game and they get to be the Hermes runner themselves.
There you go. There it is. Well, thank you all very much. If people want to play Hermes Runner, how do they find it?
Steam.
Right
and
now?
Discord. Steam right now.
Steam right now.
And there's
Right now.
leaderboards.
Hermes
so-
Runner on Steam.
Hermes Runner on Steam. Go right now. Well, don't go right now because we're streaming, but then go to Steam and look up Hermes Runner. Thank you all very much for joining us. This looks super, super awesome. And I mentioned to another team, I can't wait to be very, very bad at this because the speed looks a little bit too intense for my style.
Wow.
So thank you all very, very much. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be
you.
back with another one of our graduate games. So we'll see you all in just 1 second. Hi. Welcome back to Utah Games Launch. I mentioned earlier that we have 8 capstone games, which are undergraduate games that people have been working on for a year. And we also have 2 graduate games that have gone through that same dev cycle. So earlier we saw Echo Rift, and now we are here with a game called Giba Giba. So let's take a look at it. We were dancing during the break, and we were dancing during that trailer because that music was a bop. Is that what we say? Is that what kids are saying nowadays?
I don't know if you
Does
say that.
it slap? I don't know. We have some of the Giba Giba team with us. Let's start over on the table. If you all could introduce yourselves, your name, and what you did on Giba Giba.
Hi, I'm Emma Bucas, and I was both a producer and art lead on this project.
Hey everyone, I'm Manas the Knight. I was one of the level designers on the team.
Hi, I'm Ben Miller. I was one of the designers for the game as well.
And then here at the table we have...
How's it going? I'm Arjun Shivakumar. I did user research and production on this game.
Fantastic. And Arjun's also going to be playing the live gameplay footage for us, so you can get going with that. Let's talk about this adorable game. Can you tell us give us the rundown on what Giba Giba is, other than just something that is making me happy just by looking at it?
Yeah, that's kind of the goal. So Giba Giba, it's fairly straightforward, just a 3D platformer. We wanted to aim to create something that's simple and enjoyable that both kids and adults can play with, and give us lots of room to, really make it shine with character, that bright color, that kind of play-like feel, everything like that. And I think we did a pretty good job of doing that.
So you talk about bright colors and kind of clay feel. Was that an art style that you had to explore to find? Is that something that you nailed pretty early on?
So this game was originally pitched to be for, since it was the master's program and we had the opportunity to develop for Switch. When I pitched this, I was like, oh, I want to make a game that fits the Nintendo Switch feel. And, Mario, Kirby, all those things have these really fun, bright colors. They have this really childlike feel. And I wanted to kind of suit that audience, like a younger audience. And I love the idea of like clay. It's very easy to do. You have a lot of things that you can explore with it. And then with our fun, bright feel, it was just going to be like a nice little casual game. There's no big overarching story. You just have your dog that you're going out to search for. You're just here to collect some bright stars and roll around and squish and jump and just have fun.
Although I will say, you said there's no big story. I would argue that finding a lost dog is the most important story that you could ever possibly embark on.
It's just like John Wick.
Yeah,
exactly. It's the same thing.
It's John Wick but cute.
Yeah.
John Wick for kids. So you talk about, wanting it to be appealing to all ages. Did you design was your core audience a younger audience, or is that something that they can play but your core audience is maybe a little bit older? Who did you actually make this game for as your target?
So while early in design, we were really researching about Nintendo's games and how they make it, and then we really understood how Nintendo's design philosophy works, even with level design and game design. And we quite understood early in the process that Nintendo's games are not really made for people who wanna have a hard time. They're making games for people who just want to come play, chill, have a great time, enjoy the game, and just relax. And that was our overall vision from the beginning, and that's what we also designed around it.
Yeah, I would say to add on to that as well, Something that we did a lot of, and I think all good games do, is we did a lot of iterating while developing this game. And some of the earlier ideas that we had, definitely like Mana said, we had that all ages kind of approach from the beginning. But the flavor that took on was different as we went on. So we played with early ideas of like, you know, a combat game that was more appealing to kids but had pretty complex mechanics, and then we changed to like more of like a almost like clay simulation stuff that kids might like, and we settled on this I think because it is an approachable genre and something that is familiar, especially to people that would buy a Nintendo Switch or are looking for this kind of game. And it's also a genre that I feel like you know, student games a lot of times don't really spend too much time playing with, because it seems, you know, pretty straightforward. It's a 3D platformer. You know, I want to try and create something crazy, but I actually feel like we all learned a lot, and a lot of really interesting and unique design stuff working on a 3D platformer like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I mentioned earlier in the stream to the audience at home that this is the second year that our students have been fortunate enough to develop games for the Nintendo Switch. And we had a number of games last year, and we have 2 games this year. This is the first game, to my knowledge, that not only designed with the Switch kind of specifications in mind, whether that's, you know, touchscreen or docking or whatever the case may be, but also designed with kind of the Switch mentality, as you guys are talking about, you know, who are playing these games, things like that. So I think that's a really, really cool aspect of the development. You mentioned you iterated a lot, which obviously that's key, right? Were you doing a lot of external playtests? Were you bringing people in to try and figure out, okay, how is this stuff going to land? How are people going to receive it?
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that everyone else went silent, but yeah. No, it was a big part of what I did. I got the opportunity to test this game. We had 4 separate external play tests, a lot of internal play testing. It's really about defining what our design intent and vision was, which we went through a lot of different points where we had to plan that out. You'll love to see that. Yeah, so we went around and like had to really test the usability of the game, test, did people think this felt like clay? What can we do to address that feeling? And they went through a lot of different iterations and a lot of different testing to get to the point that it is at now.
For sure, yeah, and it looks great, and it looks like it feels great. Like the movement seems very, very solid, and the response and everything like that. So as you were, we've spoken with some of the capstone teams, and some of them have mentioned, you know, we've had 30 or 35 people on our teams. Normally at the graduate level, those teams are a little bit smaller because we normally make a few more. But could you tell me all about the breakdown of your team and who was doing what and how many people you had on it?
So we had a total of about 25 people. We had a pretty hefty design team. I think we had something like 7 designers. We had about 5 artists, and we had only a few engineers. So
interesting.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting. We just had a lot of designers. So there was a lot of like, hey, how are we going to divide this up? How are we going to make sure that what everyone is designing separately is going to work together and feel like it's designed with the same ideas in mind and the same principles? I don't know, Ben, if you want to talk on that, but
yeah, so I think that's definitely one of the big challenges and the big things we learned is that, you know, typically design is the role that has, other than very specific roles, it's the role that has the least members, because it is really hard to corral. I think we had 6 or 7 designers total to get a design direction. Part of that also was, you know, we had a lot of people in the design team that weren't traditionally designers on previous projects and wanted to try their hand at it on top of doing their normal role. We wanted to accommodate that as well, but that does mean that there's some onboarding that has to happen and really interesting sort of problems you have to solve in order to make sure that those people are being represented. I think that's kind of another thing, that aiming at something that is pretty solid. Nice job, Arjun. You beat the bus.
Pretty
sure. One of the things that going with the game that we did that is that kind of more simple 3D platformer let us do is it let people kind of look at design fundamentals. You know, designers worked on, okay, how do we make pickups and collectibles that are interesting? How do we, level designers got to do what I think is like a really classic level design, it's just that 3D platforming stuff. I got to work on figuring out the boss battle and designing some individual enemies as well, in a way that's approachable for a game like this. And I think it really just let everybody, once we kind of figured out our groove, get into a space where they were able to practice with design fundamentals. Awesome.
So we've been talking about the Switch. If people wanted to play Giba Giba, where can they find it now? Where can they find it in the future?
So we will be posting to Steam in the next couple weeks, probably about 2 weeks from now, and then Switch will probably be the end of summer.
And it will be available through that Utah Games Presents game that is available through the Switch online store. So in the meantime, in a couple weeks, you can go to Steam and you can look up Giba Giba, spelled Gibba. Gibba. And if you want to participate in the fun, you can do that on Steam in just a few weeks. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. Thank you, Arjun, for playing.
Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, we are going to take a quick break here, and then we are going to come back with our last alternate controller game. So we'll see you all in just one bit.
Thanks so much.
I know what you're all thinking. I know you're looking and you're saying, Adam is a respectable, upstanding, awesome gentleman. And while that is often the case, even I make mistakes sometimes. I am a big fat liar. I said that we were coming back to our last alt controller game. We actually have 2 alt controller games left. So the first one is called Akashukai, and we are going to check out a trailer for it right now.
Game start! Kissy face, sexy phone boy. I'm trying to kiss your lips for real. Red hearts, that's what I'm on, yeah. Come give me something I can feel. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? See tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the.
The content of this game is purely fictional. In reality, slapping fans or asking idols to slap you will not increase affection levels but may result in a C and D letter. The Otaku Power Team will not be responsible for any unusual circumstances arising during gameplay. We hope you enjoy the game.
As is the case with all of our alt controller games, we do not have the team here in the studio with us because they are out in Building 72 right now showcasing their games for all of our visiting public. Not to belabor the point, but you could be part of that visiting public too. If you are in Salt Lake right now, you can still make it up to Building 72 on the U of U campus to come check out these games. In the meantime, let's go to our roving reporter to check out Akashukai.
Thank you so much, Adam. I'm up here with Team Otaku Power to show off their game. Akashukai? Did I get that right? Yeah. Awesome. I have some of the team right here to introduce themselves. Tell us about your name and your role on the team.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is James, and I'm also Akashukai.
So hi, I'm Suati, and I'm the visual holder and designer and artist for this game. And where's our engineer?
Hi, I'm the engineer.
What's your name?
My name is Chai. I'm the engineer.
Okay, he's Chai.
Thank you guys for being here and being on the stream. Why don't you tell us about the game that you have going on?
Okay,
right
yeah.
What is this?
So the game is Akashukai, and you are an underground Japanese idol in a handshake event where you are meet your fans. Like they'll ask you to tap their head or shake their hands or even punch or slap your face. So that's what you should do to satisfy them. So work hard to slap them face, to punch them, and make your fan happy.
And become the best idol of the world.
Become the best idol of the world.
Yeah. Anything for the fans. So you're slapping your fans. How do you do that? Tell us about the controller that you have right here.
So basically, the controller is based on an MMA dummy, and it consists of it's very strong, it's sturdy. And it's big, and we use the pressure sensors to achieve detecting the player's hands, and the pressure sensors makes it very sensitive to the movements, and we have a lot of the information to do in our game. So first we in our first prototype we had a very small dummy, and we use car boxes and buttons, and after tens of iteration, this is what we have right now, and it's fully wireless. We're using a radio protocol. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. So where did this idea come from? Because for those who don't know, the Japanese idol industry is very cutthroat. This doesn't actually happen, does it? Where fans come up and say, slap me?
Yeah, because we really love Japanese otaku subculture and anime stuff, so I just want to make a ethical violence game where you can slap others or punch others but not hurt them or make them harmful.
Where they're asking for it. You don't do it out of the malice of your heart. That's super cool.
They're asking for you to slap them, and they're excited for that. They are happy for that. Yeah.
I can't say that I've ever been in their shoes. I don't think I ever want to be in their shoes. It's super cool right here. What was the development process of this game like, and getting this thing wireless especially?
So the wireless part is only like until yesterday because we got a lot of feedback from the professors, also our cohort. So because the Wear is kind of like a mess at the beginning of the development, early development, so we decided to turn it into a wireless. So during the gameplay, so the players won't like hit the Wear during they play the game. So that's probably the main reason why we decided to like switch to the wireless. Yeah.
Super interesting. I mean, you can see it right here. Yeah, you slap the face.
Oh yeah, and also for the voiceover part, we also added a lot of the AI voice acting. So we don't actually need to like hire any voice actors. Although AI, probably like half of the characters was voiced over by the AI tools. And also another half was like made by our teammates. And also some of the characters was inspired by our teammates as well. So you can see some of them have like a similarity characteristics with our teammates.
Put yourself in the game?
Yes, yeah. I'm in the game as well.
Are you one of the characters that like asks?
Yeah, but I'm not going to tell you which one.
Okay, I'm not gonna tell okay. Which one. A little secretive. Well, thank you so much for showing up your game. You show. Yeah, maybe after. We'll keep it a secret from the fans. Thank you again so much for showing off your game. Super cool. I'm going to try it out probably right after we cut back. If you guys want to check out any of the games here, this game, or any other games here at Building 72, come on down. We're going to be here not for much longer. We're going to be here until 7 p.m. Come check out and play any of these games.
All day we've been talking about player fantasy, and who hasn't wanted to be an underground pop star who have fans that ask to be slapped. That was Akashukai, one of our alt controller games. We're going to go to a quick break, but before we do, I'm going to tell you what we're in store for. I've told you how over the course of today we've looked at games that are alternative controller games that are made by first-year grad students over one semester. We've looked at graduate and capstone games, which are made by second-year grad students and seniors in the undergrad, respectively, over the course of 9 months, and those classes have reached their culmination now, and these are the games that they've come up with. Well, because we have had so many people come through our program, we've needed to have a second capstone class. We found the need this year to have a second capstone class. And that second capstone class, normally the 2 semesters that the capstone class runs is fall and spring, which puts us to right now. But that second capstone class is actually running from spring, and then there will be a summer break, and then into fall. So we have one game from this Capstone 1 class that we're going to check out in just 1 second, and it is a game that is not in a finished state. It is a game that has only had 1 semester of development, but because it is a Capstone game, we still wanted to show it to you even though it's not finished yet, because it has some really, really cool ideas. So we're going to check out Time is Money as soon as we come back from our break. So we'll see you all in just 1 sec. Welcome back to Utah Games Launch, the end of the year showcase brought to you by the Division of Games at the University of Utah. As I mentioned before the break, we have students at our undergrad level who participate in a capstone class that is a 2-semester long class, and normally those semesters are fall followed by spring, but because we have had so much demand for that class, we are running another capstone class spring into fall. And so we have one team from that class. It's a significantly smaller class than the other one is, but we have one team who has been working on a game for a month. And so to reiterate, it is not at a point where it is finished yet, but we still wanted to give them a chance to showcase it, and we wanted all of you at home to be able to check it out. So let's see a trailer for Time is Money. That's a question I've been asking myself for many, many decades. So that was a trailer for Time is Money. We actually have part of the dev team from Time is Money here. So would you all mind introducing yourselves? Say who you are and what you are currently doing in Time is Money.
I am Aaron Cervantes. I am one of the art team members on Time is Money, and part of what I did was I created the cover art, which is the poster that you've been seeing around on the setup of where our game is being play tested, and I also worked on some of the textures for a lot of the assets that are in the trailer as well. And yeah.
Yeah, I'm AJ Kennedy, so I'm the original vision holder. So this is actually originally my game idea. I'm also an engineer, lead designer, and an artist.
Hi, I'm Kobe Riddle. I am an engineer by trade, but we have so many engineers, we're blessed with that on this team, that I switched into more of a production role, and I contribute on design as well.
I'm Dylan McLean. I am the lead person on the narrative side, and I'm in charge of kind of taking AJ's vision and everyone else's design ideas and creating a cohesive story out of it in a world.
So that's actually the very first thing I want to address. It's not necessarily the elephant in the room, but it is the question of normally I've been explaining Capstone to people at home, and as you've heard today, some of these Capstone teams are 30 or 35 people deep, and so you can have a lot of people accomplishing a lot of things. How many people are on your team?
12.
12. And what does the breakdown of that look like? Like you mentioned a bevy of engineers. What is the number breakdown of your team?
So we have 6 people who are engineers by trade, and we have 3 dedicated artists and some design in the middle there. Is that an accurate breakdown?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I think I was the only one that said narrative specifically.
Yeah.
And then you had mentioned, so engineer by trade, but I've taken on production roles. Mm-hmm. Do you find that a lot of members of your team are either filling in gaps that the team needs or developing entirely new skill sets so that you can accomplish what you need to?
We're all wearing a lot of hats. I mean, AJ You can tell them what you're working on right now.
Yeah. So I'm a CS major, so mainly coding. I don't do a lot of 3D modeling, but I've had to take that up as we don't really have much 3D modelers. And then I don't have much experience in design either, but since it was my original game idea, I have been helping out a lot on design. I haven't really done much coding. So that's kind of what I've swapped over and done.
Well, and if there's one thing I know about game development, it's that was it Mike Tyson who said it? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yep.
That's pretty much exactly what is happening here. So tell me about Time is Money. What is the hook of the game? What is the loop? What is the idea? Tell me about it a little bit.
Yeah, so Time is Money is basically set in a dystopian world where the time that you have is literally how much time you have left to live. So we'll have a timer kind of consistent throughout the game, and it's also your currency. So you have to spend that time in order to gain better cards, stuff like that. And the character that you play as, the story is still kind of working, but you're a guy who has about 5 minutes left to live, and he's trying to gain time for some unknown reason at this point. And so that's what's pushing the player to go play through these card games and go up against other players.
Fantastic. And so would I be correct in assuming that the reason your team is gravitating towards a card game is because that's an achievable goal given the breakdown of your team? You're not going to be making a giant open world third-person platformer given the breakdown of your team.
Yeah, exactly. Due to the limitations of our team, as you saw kind of in the trailer, is a small casino space. That's kind of what it's really going to be comprised in, because as I mentioned earlier, we don't have a lot of 3D artists. Our artists are mainly 2D, so textures, like that card art was really well done, because that's what our artists specialize in. And so we're keeping it kind of small, and we're like, hey, card game works out great. And then we have a bunch of engineers where we can put a fun twist on the card game.
So in that note, what is it? A number of card games that you're playing? Is it one specific game? How does the actual card mechanic work?
Yep. So it's one specific game, and the card deck has 3 different suits. And then how you win a game is basically first to 3 suits of a suit kind. So 3 wins of a suit, or 1 of each suit.
Gotcha. So it's actually a unique card game that you're making up for your game. I could see other teams being like, yeah, it's just Texas Hold'em, but with just one slight little change. But this is actually a unique mechanic that you have invented for your game.
Yes, it is a brand new card game that's not like a standard card game. When I first pitched the idea, it actually was Card Game War, but we decided that was a little too simple. With how many engineers we have a lot more capabilities of doing more unique, fun ideas, and so we decided to pivot into a completely new card game that hasn't been seen before.
So when you were trying to determine what your card game was gonna be, were you paper prototyping a lot? Were you having decks of cards and just saying what's fun, because anyone can invent a card game. I don't think very many people can invent something that's actually fun and engaging for more than like a second.
We actually are in the middle of redoing a lot of what the card game is, because we got to a point where we were happy with certain things. The core of our card game is sort of this rock, paper, scissors loop, where, like AJ said, the end goal is to win either with 1 of each time, blood, and money, or to get 3 wins with blood, or 3 wins with time, or 3 wins with money. And so there's some strategy and back and forth in what the other player is doing, and so you can kind of catch their bluff and counter them there. But one of the things, and we're happy that we have the time and the bandwidth to tackle this, is we're working on making sure that we give the player enough information to really strategize. And so we don't have all of that to reveal in depth just yet, but we think you'll all like it when it comes to it.
Fantastic. So what is, do you consider yourselves at an alpha point yet? Is this a pre-alpha point?
Yeah, we definitely are at an alpha point.
Okay.
We would consider about last week or so, we finally got our alpha build fully finalized, and so we're kind of doing some final touches for the last of the semester, and the next semester we'll be going into our beta build and full release.
Awesome. If people want to catch up on you in the meantime, do they have to wait until next fall to be able to see what you come up with? Is there social media? Is there an itch page? Can they play it in the meantime?
We don't have anything of like that planned. We may make a social media over the summer. Again, really just look out for fall.
this could be a real push there.
Okay, so fantastic. So you heard it here. Time is Money, a game that's still in development by our undergraduate students, but we are going to have some more awesome stuff to showcase come the fall. Thank you all very much for sharing your game with us. For one, I remember sitting in the pitch meeting for this, and it was something that when our panel of industry guests were discussing it afterwards, they kept kind of harping back to, if they can pull this off, it's going to be really cool. So I'm really, really excited to see what you come up with. So thank you all for joining us today. We are going to take another quick break, and then when we come back, we are actually going to have a word from someone other than me. So let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back in just a sec.
Welcome back, everybody, to I almost said EA launch. To Utah Games Launch 2025, and we are here right now with the Utah Esports production team. All right, we're here with the guys that you don't see all the time. We're here with producers, directors, graphic designers, observers, everyone that has run the show all year long. And these are the guys you see the least of all the people that work here. You see the esports players, you see the game developers, you see all these guys, but we want to put these guys on stage right now, as we do once a year in this time, to talk about what they do and everything that goes on here. So everybody over there, first, the guy next to me, the guy you've seen a lot today, handling all the All Control games. Introduce yourself. Tell us what you do.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have seen a lot of me today. I don't think I've actually introduced myself, though. I'm John. I'm fifth year here at the University of Utah. I'm studying communications. I studied mechanical engineering for a while and then realized that wasn't a good idea. Switched to communications, but now I'm here. Most of the time when I'm out here, I like casting. I've observed a bit, and for a while I was doing socials, but I've kind of stepped back from that.
Over there, Sierra?
Yeah,
let's
hear
all
Sierra doesn't have a headset.
All right, I'll try and speak up. I'm Sierra. I have been working in the production industry for a while now. Started in production on my own and figuring stuff out. So a lot of this stuff is really cool to see at a college level, and I'm really impressed and proud of the team here while we've been working on launch and all of the esports shows that we do year long.
Quick mic switch. Hello, everybody. So for those who don't know me, I'm Logan Brown. I'm often known as a Narwhal. I am a very frequent caster here for Utah Productions. If you've watched any not R6 stream, you've probably seen or heard my voice. And yeah, it's just been absolute pleasure getting to cast basically just about everything we do. And pretty much besides casting, I help run shows. I mean, I think if anyone's been on the floor, they've probably seen me running around like a headless chicken occasionally. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey y'all, my name is Charlie Sinclair. Pretty much I am one of the original, like 4 or 5 people that kind of came back in after COVID restrictions were lifted to kind of restart the entire production. I guess I wouldn't say business. It's more like, it's not a recharge center. It's more like production organization here at the University of Utah. And pretty much I'm a production lead here. I kind of done it all. I've done observing, technical direction, replay op, stream moderation, graphics, you name it. I've pretty much have done it, and I've just kind of like been here, kind of making sure, at least for this stream, making sure everything in the control room has been going well. So if you saw a couple of hiccups, that's kind of on me, but we don't talk about that. But otherwise, pretty much I just make sure that everything in the control room runs well, is efficient, and yeah, that's pretty much what I do.
I'm Nathan. I do basically all the same things that Charlie does. I'm a production lead here. I know and have done about every role, but personal favorites will always be replays. Love that. And yeah, I've been around here for a while, and I'm excited to see where this goes.
My name's Isaac. I've been around here for about 2-ish years now. I mainly do the observing side of R6 and a couple of other games, but mainly R6. And it's really fun to join this program and to actually meet people that are interested in the esports community and gaming in general, and just have a blast doing stuff that you'd never think you would know you'd love to do.
And I'm Oliver. This is my first year at the U, and it's been, I sort of do everything here on the production team, but it's been such an amazing opportunity to be able to work on production like this and meet so many talented people.
Yeah. And real quick, I just want to quickly shout out the 2 people in the back room right now. Diego does a lot of observing specifically for Valorant and has been a great person to kind of come into the team. And I also want to shout out Alex. They've pretty much come into the production team actually today.
This was their first stream.
Exactly. And for this segment we tossed them in for technical direction, and they're doing a really great job so far. So Alex, I know you're hearing this. You're doing really well.
Alex, shout out. Keep coming back. This is great. so
this is trial by fire.
So yeah, that's how you learn.
Shout out to Faye, who has done our graphics and socials all year long and is doing a great job. And it's a pity she's not in here for me to embarrass her. And Jonah laying on the ground over there, being entirely unwilling to. Oh, there's Jonah.
There he is. Jonah jump scare.
That's my boy.
Yeah.
I'd also like to throw out a thanks to all of the people who have helped with production this year. There have been a lot of people who were not able to make it here today, who have helped with streams, who have provided assistance and all sorts of places, and we're so thankful for everybody's help.
So since we've been doing this, this is a volunteer group who has done over 200 hours of content this year. Over 8 years, the production team of the Varsity Esports program has done over 3,000 hours of content. And this is a group of people that do not get anything out of this, just come volunteer their time to elevate players and the brands and the things that we do around here. And do it with such spirit and such camaraderie and such dedication we put professional grade work together here. And we do it with a bunch of people that just do it because they love the mission and love these things. And there is no way for me to adequately express how grateful I am to this group of people for what they put together. And I just wanted to take this opportunity for you guys to say thank you. This is
thank you, AJ.
Don't undersell what you do. This would not be possible without you, AJ.
Yeah, AJ's our boss. So
you guys are always such an extraordinary group of people, and I always say this: if you ever want to do anything in university, just have a bunch of students that have 50 IQ points on you at all times, and things manage to get done. But this is a special group, and it always is. And we don't do this enough to get you guys in front of the camera, but I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you do here. And let's finish up the show and run the class of 2025 out the right way.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Let's go.
Yeah.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to Utah Games Launch. Believe it or not, we just hit hour 4 of our stream, of our end of the year showcase, of our end of the year celebration of all of the cool games that have been coming out of the Utah Games division. We have just 2 games left for you. We have one more Alt Control game, and then we have one more Capstone game. So the last Alt Control game, and I mean it this time, I know I said it last time as a liar, but I mean it this time, our last Alt Control game is called Udon Uncaged, so let's take a quick look at a trailer. We've talked a lot about player fantasy all day, and if this is not why video games were invented, I don't know why they were. Because who has not wanted to be a hamster inside of a ball? I am very, very excited to toss it to our roving reporter, because you saw a little bit in the preview what the controller for this game looks like, but I don't think you can fully grasp the majesty of it through just a trailer. So let's take it out into the field and see exactly what Udon Uncaged looks like.
Oh, I guess we're doing the intro. I'm here with Uncaged Interactive, the developers behind Udon Uncaged. We got some of them right here. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves again?
I'm Arjun. I'm the lead designer for Uncaged Interactive and Udon Uncaged.
I'm Charles. I'm the lead producer.
And I'm Vass, and I'm the art director.
Yeah, so why don't you guys just tell us a little bit about this game? What's the story behind it? What's the point of this giant Zorb ball in the basement of Building 72?
Yeah, so we really designed this game with the intention of spaces like this, you know, where we're at launch or Indicate or GDC or other conventions. And the idea was that we just wanted to make a fun, exciting experience of being in the ball. And then to do the story with that, we basically came up with the idea of making it a hamster trying to escape a kid's bedroom to catch his family that's leaving for a trip. And so we wanted it to be a really just cute, fun game for anybody to be able to come in and play.
Yeah, I mean, when I stepped in here, the first thing I saw was when I came downstairs was the Zorb ball. So, I mean, it catches your eye, absolutely. Tell us a little bit about how it actually works, because I see you got rollers and some buttons going on there.
So, Charles was in charge of the hardware. I'm in charge of the design of the actual game itself. We can talk about both of that, I guess.
Yeah, let's go with the design first then.
The whole thing was as simple as just moving a ball around, and you don't need to do anything more than that for the game itself, except making that feel really nice. So the game itself was super simple of just you being a hamster in a ball, running around, just running through obstacles, kind of just being a menace. And you didn't have to do much for the game for that. Just kind of make a really simple level, make a bunch of levels, make some nice sequences that you can look at, and just look at Udon and feel happy about just seeing how cute he is. The hardware is his topic.
Let's hear about the hardware.
So for hardware, basically, from the original idea, we wanted to make it so that you could spin around in a ball. And obviously for events such as this, you don't really have that much space. So we wanted to make sure that it was compact and that you weren't really moving much other than just rotating. And so we went through a bunch of iterations of that, from rods to trying like a ball bearing type base. We found that this worked really well. And so as you can see here, we basically have a bunch of rods that are working in tandems. You run forward, and then you're able to control side to side with these buttons on the side that you push to turn your character. And then it gets an input by using a rotary encoder up front and reading the spin on those rods to be able to spin the ball in game.
I mean, I've seen the players running around so far today. It looks super fun. The only reason I haven't gotten in there is I broke my ankle 2 weeks ago, so I don't want to do that again. It's like it's fine to walk on, but that seems like a bit too much. As the developers of the game, would you recommend that?
I would say it's probably not the best thing to get in the ball, but that being said, we can, if you want to, we have the Sisyphus mode, as we call it, where if you actually get beside it, you can just kind of roll the ball and you can still control the game and everything.
All right.
And you can push the buttons and all of that. So when we were doing a bunch of playtesting, as we would get exhausted after hours of playtesting this game, we started to, occasionally we would hop into Sisyphus mode to just be able to test it.
God forbid you have to play test what looks like a fun video game.
It's
Your life
super
must
fun.
be so hard.
Yeah. After a couple hours, though, when you're just absolutely sweaty and drenched.
Yeah, I mean, it's a plastic ball, no heat escape.
Exactly.
That seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like such a fun game. What was the design? Like, where did this idea come from? Were you just like, someone has a pet hamster on your team and thought of this idea?
Yeah, no, so originally we were basically talking about, like, I had pitched the idea of the controller. So originally it came from the idea of the controller of, I really love Super Monkey Ball. And so I was like, I would love to be in a Super Monkey Ball. And so we came up with that idea. And then when we were iterating on it with the team, Vass had proposed the idea of what if we were doing a hamster in a ball so that we could have it kid-friendly and colorful and vibrant so that it would be very clear to get those visuals through the film of the actual hamster ball. Do you want to talk about that?
And it doesn't do copyright infringement on Super Monkey Ball.
Exactly.
Yeah, when it comes to art style, we were really inspired by the game It Takes Two and the environments that were in that game, especially on a level design basis. When it came to art style, we were really looking for, an art style that was very easily clear through a plastic sheet. So we went with really bright colors, very exaggerated shapes, and very just readable direction of the levels themselves. So yeah.
Simple design.
Yeah, very simple.
I mean, it looks amazing. I've been running around the floor today. The design looks amazing. And I mean, it seems like so much. I wish I could play. You guys are breaking my heart. Or I guess I'm breaking my ankle, I guess you could say. Yeah, I know. I practiced that one for about 2 weeks since I broke my ankle. But thank you guys so much again for having your game here. It looks super fun. We don't have that much time. If you guys want to come check out any of the games that are here at Building 72 and the Utah Games thing, come on down. We're only here for about 45. Utah Games launch. Thank you, Sierra. We're only here for about 45 minutes more, so you don't have much time to come play these games. Some of these you might not be able to play again. So at 7 o'clock is going to be your last chance. Again, thank you so much for showing off your game.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Glad to be here.
Yeah.
Exactly what we are doing is the Utah Games thing. That was Udon Uncaged. Something that is really, really fun about being part of this program is that every year there are new batches of students who are making games. So every year we will see new capstone games. We will see new graduate games. We'll see new alt controller games. And as I've kind of joked about throughout the stream, there's been themes that have existed, right? Certain years will be all horror games, certain years will be whatever. Some games will be reminiscent of others, like our game, Hermes Runner, is very reminiscent of a graduate game from a number of years ago called Chromolition. The reason I'm telling you all this is because Udon Uncaged last year, so the students who are making the graduate games this year, last year they were pitching alternative controller games, and one of them said, hey, we should get one of those giant Zorbs and we should design a game around that. And they weren't able to figure out how to actually make it move while staying in place. And so it's really, really cool that these new students were able to kind of stand on the shoulders of giants to be able to make that come true, which is pretty awesome. Well, we only have one game left, so we will take a break, and then we will come back with our last undergraduate game, a game called Just the Boss Fights. So we'll see you all in just 1 minute. Welcome back, my friends. Welcome to Utah Games Launch, the end of the year showcase and the end of the year celebration presented by the Division of Games at the University of Utah. We are here. We are at the main event. We are at our final game for the night. It is one of our undergraduate games called, aptly, Just the Boss Fights. So let's take a look at what the trailer is. I hope you all saw the poster that showed up in that last splash screen. It is probably one of my favorite game posters that has ever come out of our program. That was the trailer for Just the Boss Fights, and as always, we have some of the dev team here with us. So let's take some quick introductions. Let's start over at the table. If you want to introduce yourselves, say who you are and what you did on Just the Boss Fights.
Yeah, howdy. I'm Orion. I'm the executive producer on Just the Boss Fights. My big thing is I make the team work, and I think I've done a pretty good job.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Hell yeah.
My name's Christian. I am the narrative director and writer of Just the Boss Fights, so handling all the words.
Hi, I'm Luke. I was the lead engineer, and I make the game work.
Fantastic. And here at the table we have...
I'm Alyssa. I'm the lead designer and game director. I make things fun, pretty much. And I work with other teams to make sure that they look and feel and play fun.
Fantastic. And Alyssa is also going to be doing some live gameplay for us, so you can get that ready. So who wants to tell us, I mean, I've made the joke earlier today about extrapolating data. I'm pretty sure most people can figure out what Just the Boss Fights is just from the name, but who wants to tell us about what this game is? What is the main loop? What is the idea behind it?
So Just the Boss Fights is a side-scroller action platformer, and going into the game, your character is expecting to go on this grand adventure full of side quests, interesting places, and interesting people, and instead, for some reason, they're just jumping from boss fight to boss fight. Their stuff's changing, they're meeting these people that seem to know them, but they don't know why, and they are also just kind of trying to adapt to these aggressive situations without knowing what's going on.
That sounds fascinating. I remember sitting through the pitch meeting of this way back in the fall, and you all know that I'm a big narrative guy, and I latched onto this mostly because this reminded me of a Futurama episode called Time Keeps on Slippin', and I was like, yes, absolutely, let's go for it. So you are setting out on a quest, but you're only doing the boss fights. If I recall correctly, when we were talking about that original pitch, it was kind of more of a narrative idea. It was more of a, what if it was a game that was just the boss fights? So how did you all end up with the game that you did, as far as like 2D versus 3D versus side-scrolling versus how involved it all is? How did you go from the original pitch to the current design that you have?
Yeah, so a lot of it started in prototype, actually, where we had a long discussion with our designers and some of our engineers about what direction we wanted to take the game. I was one of the big voices in that, being one of the target hires for the Capstone project, and so I kind of pushed for a side-scroller platformer sort of format, and people seemed to generally agree that that was a good way to go. We held a vote. That's kind of the direction we took on it, and we figured, you know, hey, we've got this cool narrative concept. What if we also took concepts from like an RPG and adapted it into the side-scroller action platformer genre?
Fantastic. That's one of the great parts of game dev, right? Where you're like, well, let's just see what works. And if it works, awesome. If not, we'll try it again. Over on the table, you had mentioned that, you make the game work. You make the teams work together. So for everyone at home, these capstone teams, as I've mentioned earlier today, they'll have 25, 30, 35 people on a team. But before then, the games that you've been viewing reels of, the alternative game development, traditional game development, things like that, those teams will only be about 4 or 5 or 6 people. So the step up from a very small team to a very big team, I imagine can be pretty daunting. So I'm just curious, what worked well about going from a small team to a big team? What growing pains did you feature? How was it going from, okay, all of us have worked on teams of 4 or 5 before, till now all of us have to work together on a team of 30 or 35?
Yeah, it's a pretty brutal shift, I won't lie.
I can imagine.
Going from such a small, tight-knit group of people where you can get to know everyone personally, you can get, you can find out what people's lives are looking like and kind of build your game plan around what people's lives are. Like, oh, Daniel's got a wedding in October, so we have to make sure we have our build a little earlier because he has to go to a wedding. It's really hard to do that on a team this size, and especially moving forward, it's there's a lot of ways that you kind of have to adjust. Some things that really worked for us was we split up our teams and we made sure that we kept everyone informed as much as possible on the team. That has been super successful, just making sure everyone kind of knows where the game is and what's happening.
And so did you accomplish that by, did you establish like, okay, on Mondays we're gonna have a gameplay review, or did you create some sort of tradition to assure that people would stay on the same page?
Yeah, usually we have meetings about twice a week, and when we do, we go on. I make sure to give a summary of everything that's happened, kind of a big stand-up at the beginning and end, or at the beginning of each meeting. That is just like, here's what this team did, here's what this team did, and it's worked out pretty great.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it looks like it's worked out really, really great. Regarding the narrative of the game, I was curious, again, it started at boss fights, it kind of evolved into this. Were there any particular directions that you wanted to go? Was there anything that you wanted to do, but because of the kind of limited scope of things, you weren't able to pull off? I guess, how far did you reach versus how far were you able to actually accomplish, given the time frame and the resources and things like that?
Well, I'll go. So we actually started with plans for, after Prototype, we had plans for 5 bosses. But our art pipeline just was not quite efficient enough to handle that, specifically our 2D art pipeline. And so from there, we kind of changed course a little bit. We cut one of our bosses, and then that gave us the issue that a lot of our designers and engineers weren't really sure what to do with their time. We have a lot of really ambitious people on our team that kind of want to do more in specifically those 2 kind of disciplines. And so we then adapted our strategy to have some hard mode bosses, which reuse the same assets, but allow our artists and our engineers and designers to do a little more.
Well, and so with that, I mean, obviously, one of the hardest parts, well, what can be one of the hardest parts is making a boss fight, right? Like, oh, we can make the level, but then we have to make the boss fight, and has decision trees or behavior trees or anything like that. With a game that is just the boss fights, as the title implies, did that present any challenges of like, oh, it was a lot more difficult to implement the things that the designers were coming up with, or we had to switch engines because we realized it wasn't capable of what we wanted to do?
Yeah, so it kind of happened since Prototype level, which by then we only had the Frog Wizard boss, which you just saw in the previous boss fight. Since then, we've had some issues where some attacks would be a lot easier to program, and then some attacks we read from the designer. It's
sure.
Like, okay, this sounds easy, but it's actually like 20 times harder. And yeah, that happens pretty often.
And that's probably not something you realize until you get starting to do it, and then you're like, oh, wait, no, this is a lot bigger of a thing. So really quickly, we're almost out of time. I want to talk really quickly about this. I mentioned the movie poster, or the movie-esque poster earlier. Let's talk about the art style really quickly. It is a very kind of unique CRT meets 3D models that have been have a pixel shader on top of them, something like that. You want to talk about that really quickly?
Yeah, so the main kind of decisions we made for developing this art style was in Prototype, we actually had a pretty good amount of 2D artists and not so many 3D. And then also the person who pitched the project is a 2D artist. And so we were like, how do we best combine 2D and 3D art? And so we came up with this sort of style that's kind of similar to Octopath Traveler, but with less like high definition visual effects going on. And then from there, you know, we had some people who were like, what if we took this in an 80s or 90s direction? And so that led to like the CRT filter and being more pixel art and the pixel filter. And so it kind of is giving that sort of pre-rendered look like what Donkey Kong Country has, for
sure.
example.
Yeah.
And so a lot of our art style was just kind of born out of necessity. We were actually considering pivoting after Prototype to full 3D or something different than the pixel and 3D mix, because we had less 2D artists than we expected, which was a very interesting, kind of the opposite problem to what we had
in the
Prototype. Yeah. But we stuck with this, and you know, it's been a little bit of a strain on some people, unfortunately, but we still have come across a very unique visual identity. We get complimented on a ton on our art direction, which is a really good thing to kind of just hear, because that means we're doing a good job.
Yeah.
And so we kind of just wanted to go for this really unique sort of profile. You can look at the game, you can see it's got that sort of retro vibe, and you can see that it's got just sort of that sort of interesting mix of 3D and 2D.
For sure.
That's a really important draw for people.
Yeah, it's definitely got that sword and sorcery vibe, which I think you guys hit out of the park. So we are out of time, but let me ask you this. If someone wants to play Just the Boss Fights, where do they go? What do they do?
Yeah, so Just the Boss Fights is currently in early access on Steam. We're going to drop a couple more patches, and then in a week or two, probably, we're going to be doing full release. So you can catch us there. Furthermore, we have the soundtrack on Spotify and Apple Music now, under Miles Clark, who is our very talented composer.
Fantastic. Okay, so you can, I think that's one of the first times we've ever had a team do that. You can get the soundtrack on Spotify, you can go to early access on Steam right now, or you can wait a couple weeks for those final patches to get in, and then you can play the entire game. Thank you, Just the Boss Fights. Thank you for coming. Thank you for showing your game. That is our final game. So what we're going to do is take one last break, and then we'll hear from one or two last people, and then we'll call it a day. So we'll see you all in just one bit. Nope. That is not us. Fantastic. Hey everybody, welcome back to the final welcome back of Utah Games Launch 2025. We did it. We have just looked at 16 student games that have been either in development or have been finished, as well as a handful of traditional and alternative and machinima games. This has been a pretty darn awesome day. What do you think, Michael?
I have to say this is like the best launch this year. It's just been amazing. Like the student creativity is like it reeks of student creativity, and I'm so appreciative of all the work that went into it. The students, the faculty that taught them, the faculty that taught all of our students throughout all the years. I want to thank all the staff for the great work that they did getting us ready for this and then running it in the day. I want to thank the production crew for so many hours of excellence, in like pure excellence. It just was excellent. And so thank everybody for all the work that they've done.
The pure excellence was excellent. And I mean, what? We just strive to do extraordinary things extraordinarily well.
That's right.
That's what we do around these
I think we hit the mark today.
Yes, I think so. I hope you all enjoyed it. Remember, you can always check out these games. You can rewatch this stream. You can find these games wherever you want to play them. And you can always come by and say hi.
Yep.
But otherwise, I think there's just one last thing to do. So let's turn it over to AJ Dimmick.
3, 1, 2, 3, go!
Go! Thanks, everybody. We hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day.